Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. You just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John can't find his phone.
He still can't find it? All right, here, let's
Is it possible that it's at home?
No.
Is it in your car?
It's connecting to it.
Okay.
Hitting the little magic button.
He's hitting the little magic button, which means it's making a ding somewhere. Now Josh is calling John. Can we hear John's voicemail?
Oh. That could be fun.
Let's hope that he doesn't say it's
Okie
not.
dokie.
This is, you've reached 402.
Yeah, then you'd have to hang up.
Yeah.
We'll have enough time to hang up on that.
Hopefully. Where's John's phone?
Whoa. Is it in the car?
That's my thought. Oh, you know what? I bet it's in. He was recording stuff in Zot. I bet it's in Zot.
What do you think his ringtone is? Oh, do you think it's
Does
on...
he have a voicemail?
Oh.
It starts with a 4. It starts with a 4.
Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it.
Do you think it's on silent right now because he has that set up to where it's on silent?
Was it in Zot? Did you find it?
No.
Is it in Zot?
Is
Did
it
you
in
look?
your car?
It must be in his car.
You know, it's almost impossible that it can be in the car because the computer is still connecting to it. And this computer and that phone don't like each other.
Wow.
Like
Is it in your pocket?
No.
Like if I forgot my phone, it wouldn't even matter.
I know it.
I'd
I
be
know
able
I
to
brought it
use-
with me because it was in the car and it's connecting to the it might be in the car, but if it is the biggest upset ever.
I mean, go check.
Bigger
It's not that
upset than
far-
March Madness.
It's not that far away, John. It's only like a
No, I'm
50
telling
feet.
you.
Is it in the bathroom? Did you go
this
poo-poo
phone,
today?
This phone and that car do not, or not the car, the phone and the computer do not get along at all.
Is it in your car or is it in the bathroom? Did you go to the bathroom?
No.
Did you have a meeting today?
No.
Okay.
Weird.
And
your,
I called
your
him.
backpack was not vibrating when Josh was calling you.
Yeah,
So
I got the little find the phone thing on my watch.
I checked.
I love the find the phone thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you have a thing where you press it and it can make a noise from
Yeah.
your phone?
I did that this morning.
Yeah.
It was in the
and
laundry
I don't think
hamper.
this is discovering it.
Oh wow. I bet it is in your car then.
It's in your car.
Go check your car, John.
yeah,
Well,
you
you
can
don't,
go-
you don't
John,
have-
check the back seat.
Check the back
Oh,
seat,
bum,
of
ba-da,
course.
bum, ba-da,
I wish we had
bum,
something that would remind us to do that.
Don't forget your keys, John. Okay, his keys are in his pocket.
Are you sure? Do we need to find my keys app?
God, we better hope not.
Keys app? No.
I just got a text. Nick, you can do a little searchy search for this drop.
Okay.
I got a text from somebody. Said they hired a new teller at the bank. And every time someone comes through the drive-thru, I hear, "Good afternoon," in the same tone as that anti-gambling chuckle bleep you had on. It's
Yes.
cracking me up.
Wow.
I don't need to search for it. I already have it ready.
Good afternoon.
Good
Who
afternoon.
said that?
afternoon.
Pat Lunger.
Good
Who's that?
afternoon.
She was an anti-gambling chuckle bleep, according to this person, not me.
Good
Was she like a
afternoon.
regent or something?
No, she was.
I feel like I've heard that name.
Yeah, she was a part of a.
She was just a lobbyist.
Basically.
Okay.
She has been named Grassroots Grandma, Gambling with the Good Life. She was a part of that organization.
Okay.
I don't have my phone either.
She is a part of the. Good Lord.
I think
she's
mine's
part
on
of
my desk.
the board of directors. Can I get that good afternoon one more time?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ah!
I hope mine's on my desk. Otherwise, it's in John's car, and I'd have a lot of questions.
Yeah, well, that would be
That would be really weird.
Why is my
quite
phone in your car,
interesting.
John?
Quite interesting. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Stib
Good
says,
afternoon.
"Good afternoon."
Good afternoon.
Stib says it's a very dumb name for an anti-gambling org. It literally sounds like they're promoting gambling.
It kind of does, yeah.
John found his phone.
Was it in the car?
Was it in
Biggest
the back seat?
upset ever, man.
Look at
I'm
that.
telling you, this phone could be sitting on top of the computer and it loses connection.
John to his phone.
Good afternoon.
Good
afternoon.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is the problem when you have dark colored seats and a dark colored phone.
Which is why you
camouflage.
always check the back seat.
It wasn't in the back seat.
Yeah, but you still had to check it,
Was
right?
it in the
Just
cup
to be
holder?
sure.
Are you
No.
a phone in the cup holder guy?
No, because I had 2 cups in the cup holder.
Oh, are you a
Two cups,
hot
one John.
cups.
2 cups, 1 cup holder.
Yep.
So, do you have a
Two
phone
hot
holder on
coffees.
your dash? You
No.
know? Oh, that seemed like a John move, kind of.
I had
No, I
one-
don't need one because you can
Yeah,
put the stuff
yeah,
on
it's
the
all
screen.
there. Yeah.
I had one that suctioned to my truck
and then it broke after like a week.
Yeah, all the country dudes have that.
Okay. So it was connecting to the car, the phone in the car.
Yeah.
Now it says it's offline again.
Oh.
It's literally sitting right
Wow.
next to it.
Maybe it
Good
has to be
afternoon.
50 to 100 feet away.
Maybe,
It
I
does.
guess. That's it drives me nuts because, like if I'm in the middle of the show or the game and the wife's trying to text or whatever, I don't look at the phone. I look at my computer screen.
Yeah,
Sure.
right.
And so
And then you say,
like
okie dokie.
for example, when we're
Okie dokie.
figuring out at the end of the game who we want to interview, Rob will send a text to me,
You'll
to,
respond on
to
your-
John Walker, and say, okay, who do we want? Who do we want to send to the back? Who do we want for radio? Blah, blah, blah.
Send it
And-
back.
To send
Calm
to
down,
the
Nick.
press conference. and sometimes I'll get those and
They thought of
sometimes I
Rosa
won't.
Parks
And it just
immediately.
drives me nuts.
And Jackie Robinson. That happened to
Jackie
him
Robinson,
too.
yes,
And he
it
said
did.
no.
Keep going, John.
Well, I finished my story and then
Jeez.
Nick took us sideways with some goofy ass thing. I don't know what it was.
You think Rosa Parks is goofy?
No, she's got a street named after her in Lincoln.
Full question was Rosa Parks goofy?
We never really learned
She
much
could
about
have
her
been.
personality.
Yeah,
I don't know
never
what
did.
was her
Yeah.
sense of humor.
She might have been the funniest woman on the planet.
But it said she's known for her impact on the civil rights movement.
She's like, all I needed to do one time was sit in front of the bus and
I know. That's why you
Great
guys know me. I
comedy
have
career.
a whole stand-up comedy show.
That could be a good
What's the deal?
that could be like a good SNL bit where it's just like where she's just like this stand-up comedian, but no one remembers her act because
That
all
was the
she's
guy
known
that-
about is a damn bus.
We had the guy on from Cash Cab, and I want to talk to him about Cash Cab, and he's like, well, I have a comedy show. And I'm like, yeah, but Cash Cab.
Cash cab.
She was actually on the bus to get to her next stand-up show.
Odson, Rosa Parks, overrated, underrated, or properly rated? Her comedic career certainly
That
underrated.
would be a great SNL.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That is a really good bit.
I'm happy you got your phone at least.
I am too. Well, I knew it was within the
was-
range. Apparently, the
Yeah.
range is now from here to the parking lot
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
on this damn thing.
Wow.
Crazy.
There you go.
Crazy.
Here you go.
Here you
All
go.
right. There you go.
Okay. Well, it's not. I mean, it's not over.
Bye, Eber. Just kidding.
Could leave.
No.
Leave on a high note.
Stay.
It has been a good crossover so far.
So far, so good.
I've already combined
Mm.
breaks, so you're trapped. You're locked in.
You can uncombine them.
That takes some time.
Wow.
I don't want to.
Just, there you go. Just say that next
Right
time.
click it right back to where it was before.
Control Z. Undo, undo, undo.
Oh, could you do that on next gen?
My guess is no.
You can in the log, but not on the control room.
Or you got over
Josh,
there,
I
John?
think
Topic alert.
you've been whining.
Whining.
Yeah.
Me?
You've been
All the time.
crying about the
Crying?
fact that
Is this
people
about my
don't care.
hamstring again?
they don't care about spring football anymore, that football is dead.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's about Dylon being fat.
Well,
Don't put it on the internet.
so I thought
what was the nickname that guy gave Rule today on your show?
The big cookie.
No. They gave Rule diarrhea mouth.
Diarrhea mouth.
I said that on the air. He's got
Oh.
diarrhea of the mouth.
Yeah, well, that's his nickname
Where
now.
it's just like they were.
Anyway, what do you got for me?
I just got it's time to play our new favorite occasional game.
Time to play the game.
The Husker Max game.
The Husker Max
Oh,
game.
I love
Because
the Husker Max game.
Today, 10,000 days ago, was the Flea kicker.
Oh.
What?
10,000 days ago, November the 8th, 1997,
Whoa.
thanks to
Who the hell's
Andrew.
keeping track of this?
Andrew just tweeted at me exactly 10,000 days ago today was the Flea kicker
I
miracle
was
at
6
Missouri.
months old.
Oh my gosh!
And so
I was
A
pooping.
seminal moment of my childhood is that football game.
here we go.
Do you remember
Nice
that game?
catch, Matt.
From Colonel Mustard. Frost proved me wrong on the last drive in the last minute.
Oh wow!
I'd never thought he could pull off something like that.
Well,
Colonel Mustard, fast forward 22 years.
He also tried to throw an interception in the end
Yes.
zone.
Colonel Mustard's still riding when Frost was coaching. I want to see how he's changed.
Hey, who is Colonel Mustard?
This is Colonel Mustard.
You know what Colonel Mustard looks like? He looks like the dude from Corn Nation.
Oh my God.
It kind of does.
I
look
wonder
like
if it's the
me.
same
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah, it kind of does.
What
last-
coordination?
The last Colonel Mustard column was November 2nd, 2015.
Is he okay?
I
Colonel
don't know.
Mustard?
I don't know.
Not sure.
Was he in the observatory with a candlestick?
Nice, Nick.
Tom Chattel.
Oh,
There we go.
Tom Chattel.
Smile Tom.
Is this the end of Creighton's greatest era? No, sorry, wrong call. Are the Huskers number 1? Question mark. They weren't Saturday, but they are still undefeated and maybe in position to still draw straws.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, maybe.
From Kenny Hamilton.
At
I miss
least
you, Kenny.
a share.
I miss Kenny.
He's still with
Ken's
us, right?
doing great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Ken.
He's totally retired, though, right? He doesn't
Ken and
come
Riley
around yet.
Jane are golfing every day of their
Yes.
lives.
Shout out to them.
They are living the dream.
Mm-hmm.
At times, the Huskers looked as out of place as they did at Arizona State last fall.
Whoa, they scored more points, though.
Oh,
yes.
that
Many
could be
more
the
points.
next column. Let's look at
Infinite number of points.
Yes.
The Arizona State game, Nick?
Yeah, let's look at the Arizona State
All
Well, we
game.
will.
I'll
but-
get that ready as John continues.
From
to read
Bob
it.
Herrig of the Tampa Bay Times.
Now, why? Why do they have this?
I don't know, but Bob Herrig writes, I can't believe they're making the Rays play in a minor league ball. Nebraska might look back at the end of the season and call it destiny.
Well,
Maybe they would.
that's the best column so
At
far.
least a share.
And from Mike Vaccaro of the Kansas City Star.
Wow.
Missouri fell 7 seconds short of paradise. 7 seconds that turned out to be more than enough time to find one last trapdoor, one final banana peel.
I think we've all been there.
So there you go. 10,000 days ago. We're just going to blow right past this. We're going to go to a depressing game.
No,
now?
we can talk about it more. That was a great game. I went to a birthday party that morning at what was the place on Dodge?
Okay.
Family
Amazing
Fun
Pizza
Center.
Machine?
Family Fun
Oh,
Center.
Family Fun Center.
Went to Family Fun Center for my friend Larry. Which
Larry,
is
what a name.
what a name for a 9-year-old. Hello, it's my birthday.
You had a
I'm
friend named Larry?
Larry.
That's great.
What was his last name? I guess I don't want to dox anybody. Larry, I think it was with a B. Larry B. I don't remember.
Larry
Byer?
Brown?
Byers? Is that a name?
Well,
Larry
yes.
Byers? Can that be a name?
Sure it can.
I knew a guy with that last name.
So I had to miss the first half of the game because of it. So my mom picked me up and I got in the car and she said, Nebraska is trailing. And I said, what? To Missouri? Got home, saw the
Blasphemy.
second half. Greatest game maybe of all time. I love that game. It's so much fun to watch. Instant classic.
Yeah, really was.
We cheered so loud, my youngest brother cried. He was a baby. He was confused. He was a 2-year-old little baby.
Oh, wow.
Pissing
He
his
wa-
pants, crying.
They're too loud.
Yeah, that's what happened.
2
So-
years old?
2 years old.
Crying?
Yep.
So we were we were running the network out of KLIN, and I was getting the scoreboard show ready, and we have like this separate news booth that's off of the main studio,
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
but it looks across the studio, and there was a better TV in there than there was in the rest of the building. I mean, the rest of the tiny baby TV, but in the newsroom, the booth had like a 20-inch TV or something like that. Got to remember, this is before HD.
Oh,
kids,
yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Love CRT.
So I was watching in there and just kind of like, okay, this is going to end. And then the play happened, and it was like one of those moments because you had people scattered out. You had like a couple people in the main studio, and you had someone like running a volleyball game in another studio, and someone in the news. And it's like everyone left where they were and like congregated and just started jumping up and down.
Wow.
And our
do your
engineer,
jobs.
who was downstairs at his desk, which is right below where we were,
Mm-hmm.
came upstairs and said, and love Bill. Bill was a great guy, but it sounded like this. You all are jumping up and down so much that there was stuff flying out from the ceiling. Because we were like shaking the floor so much that like dust and stuff was falling on him at his desk.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Wow. And he didn't care about the football game. He was an engineer.
He was, again, a great guy, but occasionally, like if you were there on a weekend, like running a ball game or ESPN radio or whatever, occasionally he would come in to do work and he would bring his wife with him.
Interesting.
And bless her heart, great woman, but she would come in the studio and just talk your ear off for as long as he was there. And so you were just like, you were stuck. But,
Andy says, John needs to use that voice more. Chance was your engineer a Muppet.
he did. He kind of sounded a little bit like a cross between Chewbacca and Yoda. It was just like, we had, I'm not going to out this person because this person still is pretty high up the food chain at the Nerg Media. But he was kind of a short guy and his hair was really wild and his beard was really wild. And I believe it was Gary had this person convinced that Bill was a normal person until he got shocked at a transmitter site one night. And had her believing that this was true. That one night he was working at the transmitter and it took a lightning strike and it changed him forever.
like rookie of the year.
Like rookie
Oh.
of the year.
Jed says 150 days until college football starts. So let's just
No,
recap.
we only
all
count
games.
down from the past.
Nick, stop it.
Baseball starts tomorrow.
Nobody cares, Nick. Nobody
I care.
cares.
Happer cares. John cares.
Absolutely.
We all
I care.
Cool, guys.
Happer's going to love my predictions today.
You
Oh,
probably
is
aren't going to love mine,
I
John.
got some good predictions, I think.
Cubs ain't making the playoffs.
D'Lo writes an amazing call by
Well, screw you.
by Brent. He saw it the whole way. Compare that to the radio call. Horrible. The radio
Oh,
call of
yes.
that play is garbage.
There's a reason why it's not famous.
He calls it incomplete.
Yes.
But he does it. God bless his heart. He's still alive, right? He sounds excited. Can you imagine John calling the Creighton San Diego State game a few years ago going, and there's a foul? Like, that's how Warren called it.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what it sounded
no,
like.
John went, there's a foul. And where's a noose?
He sounded,
That's what John
he
said.
sounded more like Denny Math. And there's a foul.
I think John got it right. He's like, and they're going to lose, and San Diego State's going to the Final Four. Like, John knew it immediately.
yeah.
Whereas Warren was like, yes, incomplete. Not great.
Ouch.
I'm trying to see. I know I have it somewhere. I'll see if I can find it.
Our DJ fan, he was critical of you yesterday.
I talked Creighton baseball.
Yeah, college baseball's been going on even last night. Why talk about sports that are happening now?
10,000 days ago.
Yeah.
10,000 days ago.
Yes. Why are we not talking more college baseball?
I can
You know what?
recap
I
the Creighton
agree.
UNO game for you real quick.
Yeah, Creighton dominated.
Good, bad.
Yeah. Nebraska, horrible.
Yes.
There you go. That's baseball.
FSU hit for the cycle last
RDJ
night.
fan, we want people to stay listening.
Walk-off grand slam for FSU.
That's why. Is that the call? Do you have the
I'm
radio?
trying. I got. Problem is,
so
I got to
bad.
edit it, so I apologize if this is going to.
Seriously, he sounds happy. Incomplete.
Oh, wow.
You should have Bill or whatever that guy's name.
Huskers.
Okay,
No.
I found it.
No.
Oh, I didn't know.
I found it.
Okay.
I got to send it to you, Nick.
Okay.
RDJ fan. Thanks, fellas. Solid college baseball seg.
You should
Hey.
listen to a slice of college baseball every Tuesday.
That's
no.
right.
No.
Don't worry. We'll talk about.
They want to talk about the RDJ. Or will you comment on Creighton, Nick, in your slice?
He doesn't talk
Maybe I
about
will.
Nebraska.
Maybe I won't. Maybe I will.
comment on Creighton.
Duncan says Creighton transfer portal news next, please. Do not worry. We will talk about Creighton on the show today. I promise.
Talk about Nolan Sailors, Nick, in your slice.
I promise.
Okay.
What about Ben North?
Maybe
He
I will.
hit 2 home runs.
Two of them.
It's a lot of home runs.
Many home runs. All right, Nick,
a
you
good
should
slice.
have.
So
you
this
should
is
have-
the radio call.
This is the radio call.
Nick, you should also play the TV call so you can hear how much better one is versus the other.
Oh, we've heard it a bazillion times, and he's drunk anyway. So what
Oh,
difference
you
does it
stop it. Such a good call.
make? Oh, you know he was drunk.
Probably, but it's still a good call.
That would have been funny if he would have been arrested for an open container right in
that
in the middle
night,
of it. Yeah,
instead of against Pittsburgh many
Well,
years later.
yeah.
That game would drive anyone to drink. That game was horrible.
That game was awesome.
The worst game of all
7-6.
time.
Our buddy Gary Java,
Gary.
he was the sideline
Gary?
reporter
For who?
for that game.
For the radio?
For the radio, yeah. He was on the radio network.
At least he got paid to attend it. I watched that thing for free,
He was down
like
there.
an idiot. Good for him.
Yeah, he was down there
That's great.
for that. And then they sent it down to Jerry Taggy, who said it happened right in front of me. Thanks, Jerry.
Oh, Patrick, Hawaii baseball is on a fast track.
All right, nobody
Goes
cares.
to
Nick.
regional.
Let's,
You know who
what
talked
the hell
about
are
Hawaii
regionals?
baseball?
Hawaii is not hosting a regional.
They might host a regional
They're not hosting a region.
Why would they host, Nick?
because they're good.
How good?
They're good,
Very good.
but they're not SEC.
You can't.
good.
You can't be good if you're not one of the SEC.
Are
teams.
they good or are they
No,
good?
No, they're good. They're electric. It's a
Good.
fun team. It's a really fun team.
John writes, and now we're about to play it. Nick, do you have it?
Yep.
All right. John writes, Swain always sounded more excited for the opponent than Nebraska. That guy sucked.
Interesting.
Let's hear what he sounded like on the play.
They'll go to the shotgun formation. This is 4th down. The snap back to Scott Frost. He looks, rifles a pass into the end zone. Incomplete. Touchdown. Or did they catch it? Yes, he caught the ball for the touchdown.
Holy cow, Matt Davis.
There you go.
Holy cow, Matt Davis.
Rough.
Now, I had people tell me that that they immediately turned the radio off when they said Warren said incomplete.
Wow, that would have been fast.
That would have been really fast because it's like
stand right next to
it because of how quickly it happened. I don't think. I mean, yeah, Musburger did nail it. No question about it.
Thank you for saying this, John.
But given where you normally are in a radio booth and how far away you are from it, I don't fault that call because
it wasn't Giancarlo's fault.
Because I'm sure it was pretty hard to tell from there whether or not he actually
from
had
the press box.
Yeah, with Musburger, he's watching it. He's calling it off a monitor. So.
D'Lo does comment. He says, first of all, it was third down, not fourth. So incompetent. It was third. It was third down.
Wow.
Yeah, it was third down.
Ouch.
Yeah. Andy says it sucked going from Kent to Warren. People love Kent.
Yes, they do.
I was asked about Kent recently by a family member. Like, could it be Kent? Could he be the guy?
Oh,
I said,
gotcha.
I don't know.
Yes, people did. Yeah. That's a whole nother story. The changeover and the politics behind that.
Oh, yeah.
Ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Ridiculous. Warren was put in a bad spot.
Touchdown herbicide.
He was put in a very bad spot.
Oh, man.
Those were the worst.
Oh, man.
Those were the worst.
Keeps you in control. So funny. Oh, man.
I might have one of those in the system, too.
Yes, please.
I might. I'd have to look.
Chance says, spill the tea on the crossover. Yeah, I don't even know if I know all the politics stories of 1995, 1996.
I definitely don't.
Yeah.
You're a tiny little baby.
I wasn't even born
I
then.
was negative years old.
Negative.
I was still cooking.
Wow, that's gross. I don't want to think about you
horrifying
cooking.
Yeah, that sounds terrible.
Otson says if you loved that play, maybe give a few shekels over to your friends at 1890.
Well,
for NIL that doesn't exist anymore? Who knows?
That's true. Yeah, Matt Earl didn't really seem keen on it being a thing anymore yesterday.
Yep. What's going on?
Yeah, we'll see.
Yep.
We'll see. Well, there you go. Happy 10,000 days ago anniversary.
Awesome.
10,000 days.
To the Flea kicker.
God, what a play.
Poor Colby Jones. Corby Jones?
Corby
Jones.
Corby Jones.
God,
he had a great game that day.
He did. Nebraska couldn't stop him.
The last time we talked about this game, it led us down a very different path.
Yes. Because of
we
the
talked
kicker,
about Shevin Wiggins a lot.
kicker.
Yeah. We will not do that this time.
Yeah.
Nope. Don't Google Shevin Wiggins. It's bad.
I believe the official Husker Vision accounts now just have him silhouetted out of the play.
It's like the what's his name from Russia, from the USSR, the picture. Stalin, yes. Yeah. All right, that was bad. I'm sorry, I apologize.
What's his name from Russia?
I couldn't remember his name.
It's kind of Russia.
Yeah. USSR.
Mr. Stalin.
Mr. Stalin.
Mr. S.
All right, check out the Arizona State game.
All right, Arizona State, 1996. Sorry to RDJ fan, we're going to continue this bit. There's only 2 columns.
How many days ago was this game?
That's because the game was really late, and so everyone was against the deadline.
Probably like 10,400 and
something.
Just
somewhere
a couple over 400.
Yeah.
Colonel Mustard, yet again from Husker Max.
Nobody knows who that is.
ASU gave up 42 points 2 weeks ago. That's not a championship defense, but we made it look like one.
Oops.
Nice.
Yeah.
And Scott Frost thought about this game a lot for the rest of his life.
Yes, he did. And
People
why did he
forget.
think about this game? Because of what Tom Chattel wrote.
Mm-hmm.
It's time to say it. Maybe this offensive line isn't all it's cracked up to be.
Oh, blaming the O-line and not the quarterback.
I think that's like the one pull
Interesting.
quote where he blamed the offensive line. Otherwise, he just kind of crapped on Scott the entire time. Because Scott was pretty triggered by that column.
Well, I mean, to be fair,
still.
I think Scott Frost is just a triggered person.
Unless he meets
Mike Farron
and John Shambi.
That's true.
Yeah, he's a big fan.
Well, he
of those
doesn't care
guys.
about Farron.
Yeah.
He wasn't there for Farron.
Farron quote, he was the nicest guy
ever. Day fight. The Arizona State game was 10,413 days
There you go.
ago.
Happy 10,413 days
What was the
ago.
nearest game to 5,000 days ago? How many? What was the date 5,000 days ago?
5,000 days ago was Monday, July 18th, 2011.
So the first game of
They
2011.
They hadn't lost.
Who did they play?
They
to
were
open the
about to
2011
play.
season? I was there.
It was the first game in the Big Ten.
Chattanooga.
Oh, let's Husker Max that
Chattanooga.
one.
All right. Well, back to Husker Max I go.
Hell yeah. I love this segment.
I was in the stands for that game.
People are pretty excited. Nebraska was getting picked to win the Big Ten.
They were a top 10 team that year to begin the season.
The Nebraska, the Big Ten's new bully.
All right, here we go. Wow, we got a lot of columns this time.
I bet.
Tad Stryker. There was plenty about the offense that did not go as advertised.
Oh.
They
was
did it like 56-3 or something.
They won 40-7.
Okay.
That was the
shouldn't have allowed
Tim
7.
Beck. That was the first Tim Beck game as OC. They've
Oh.
gotten rid of Watson. Tom Chattel. It's the first year of a new scheme. Beck is a rookie calling plays. You do the math.
Oh.
Bit of a boom roasted there. Bob Hammer. Do you know this guy, John?
Yeah, Hastings.
Grand Island Independent.
Yeah.
Do you know this guy, Bob Hammer?
Yeah, but I believe it was,
Hammer?
was it Hammer or Hamar?
Hamar?
I
Yeah.
thought it was Hamar.
Whatever. Yeah.
I'd go by Hammer.
Hamas?
No.
Sorry.
Well, but on some campuses, that's acceptable.
Bob Hamar
Sure.
says it was just a game where the Huskers never really started hitting on all cylinders. Wow, no one was happy with the 40-7 win.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you do that today and you throw a parade for him. Michael Severe.
He wrote things.
Did he? He did.
He knows how to write?
He had
Was
something
it on
called
1620thezone.com?
mszonemediablog.wordpress.com.
Whoa.
I
That's
don't rem-
Michael Severe's own blog.
I don't remember this at all.
That might be his own thing.
No,
Michael Severe's
MS
Zone.
yeah.
Well, that was
Yeah.
what he went by. MS Zone was his email.
Yeah.
Because they didn't want to say Michael because then they would have had to explain every time it's
Yes.
MIKEL at 1620thezone.com.
Makes sense, actually.
Michael wrote, if there was an MVP of the game, it might be Brett Maher.
Wow.
Everyone's
He was
crapping all over
kicking
him.
them things?
Calvin Jones, who wrote for Husker Max.
What?
Okay.
Stafford made some big hits
Stafford.
and made me bring my roster out of my pocket to see who he was.
Damian Stafford was doing them hits, though.
Was
He
he the guy
was.
who yelled at Bo? Like there was that one famous
don't
he had
remember
like
that.
did he have dreads?
Dreads, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that
Number
was him.
3. Yeah.
Ken Jarecki? Jarkey?
That sounds like an
Another Husker Max guy. Were you expecting more than vanilla this week? Wow, Tim Beck is just catching all the strays.
There were some big expectations for Tim Beck.
We're near the end. Husker Mike. The new offense was stymied by a rather ineffective performance by the offensive line.
Dude.
Wow, offensive line just sucking on this day in history.
Uh-huh.
I mean, Martinez couldn't have got sacked that much, right? I mean, he was fast.
I can give you the numbers real fast. Sacks, 3 for 24.
That's not.
Let's see, what were the rushing numbers? 43 for 229.
Wow. Husker fans were spoiled in 2011.
This
We're top
was-
10
Yes,
These
it was,
are
it was still
insane.
close enough to the good old days that they felt entitled.
These
This
are
was
insane
the-
things to complain about.
Well, then, I mean, they had 2 good years prior to that.
Correct. 9 and 10 were good.
Right.
Right, but
was
again,
this
it
the
was
first full year of Amir only?
No, he was only a freshman. So this would have been a Rex year.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And then 12, it was still Rex, but then he got hurt.
That's right.
13
That's right.
was
That's
What
right.
did these people expect the final score of this game to be?
Probably like 70-7.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, Nick, this was a different period.
To be fair,
because-
though, I mean, Tim Beck wasn't a good play caller. He just had really talented
Well, he just
players.
disagreed with Bo a lot.
Know that too. 2 more. Brandon Vogel. Struggling in parts of the game against an overmatched foe is much more illustrative than the fool's gold of a blowout. See, when Vogel's saying that type of stuff,
Oh.
you know it's bad.
Wait, so is that spin
Are you
zone?
suggesting that Brandon Vogel's a homer?
No, I'm saying when
Is that spin zone like positivity?
No, I thought he was being a bit more negative there.
Ah,
I think Vogel's good. And then Erin Sorensen, his colleague
Mhm.
today at the counter read, she was writing for something called Husker Locker at the time.
Don't
know what
remember
that
that.
is.
Wow.
This offensive line is raw, and ultimately, fans need to give them their time to find their groove.
Whatever happened to that one thing that her and Hetty were doing? What was
Land
that?
of 10?
Land of 10.
Land of 10.
What was that?
I think that got canceled.
It definitely did.
Yeah,
But
I don't remember what happened to that thing.
Yeah.
I could ask Hetty. He was a friend of the Grum for like
he was.
a few months, and then he left us to become a teacher.
teacher.
I miss Hetty.
He's a good
Him and
guy.
I DM with him every now and then.
Chance wants to
First
know.
time I ever met you was with Chris Hetty,
Chance wants to know
Wow.
I think. I
what
don't know.
game was 91,101 days ago. Interesting you asked that, Chance, because 91,101 days ago was the Battle of Bunker Hill.
Oh, classic. Let's get some
Wow.
Husker Max
American
columns on that.
Yes,
The offense
June
wasn't very
18th,
good.
1775. The Battle of Bunker Hill. Well done, Chance.
That was
Nice.
that was the biggest game that day.
Yes,
it
it
was on
was.
national TV.
What did Bob
It was a
Lamar
big
have to
game.
say about that
Yeah,
one?
seriously. Well, the offense struggled.
But, you know,
Offensive line wasn't very
I think
good.
I have Chattel's column. Said, this might be the glory days of Britain. Might be in the rearview mirror.
Shout out Tom, though. He nailed it.
He nailed it.
He nailed
He
it.
got it.
A bunch of people complaining that Britain didn't blow out the U.S. the way they should have.
Oh, they would have been saying that, Nick.
Yeah. Wow.
Good times.
Nice.
Exactly
times,
that
Greg.
amount of days ago?
Yes.
It was a multi-day.
June 18th, 1775.
Wow.
Incredible.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
I can't read it. It's on
You
YouTube.
can't
Is it a
though.
chance?
read it.
It's from D-Lo, and it's another. It's a pretend.
Oh no! No!
It's a pretend. It's a pretend column.
Oh, no. You can't.
We're not going to.
You cannot read it.
We
No.
cannot read it.
No.
We will not read it.
No.
Everybody go to YouTube.
We have to
No.
resist the urge to read it.
I am not going to read that.
No.
Hilarious.
Not gonna.
A reminder to vote in Michael Severe's best guest poll.
Where this
Mike
person,
Schaefer made the finals.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
And he joins us
Schaefer
later
against
today.
Sip.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then maybe it'll be decided in the Husker games.
That would see that. That's something I would actually attend.
Yeah. I
The
know.
rest of that crap I can do without.
Yeah.
But if you give me a Sip versus Schaefer, like,
Oklahoma drill.
The S off.
well, I don't know if I don't know. It doesn't necessarily need to be physical. I mean, we
Okay.
could have like physical challenges, but I was thinking just having them sit there and debate each other.
Oh,
Debate me.
interesting.
Odson says too chalky of a tournament for my liking.
Oh, wow.
If it's a debate, Schaefer wins.
Schaefer's really good at interrogating you and making you want to cry. I hear.
Well, I did. I've never felt that way from Schaefer.
I
He
haven't
is good at
either.
interrogating. Yes.
Yeah. Why don't you want to go to LA, Nick?
I don't know.
God, that was so good. That was so,
so
good.
weird. I've
Mm.
never felt like that before. I hated it.
Yeah, well, gotta have good answers.
Yeah, you better stand up for what you say.
Why do I need a better answer than I just don't want to? I've never had a reason
You
to.
could have said that.
I did. He's like, why not? You don't think there's anything you can find to do in LA? Probably, but I don't want to go right now.
Yeah, you would have found lots to do, Nick.
If I was plopped in LA, I'm sure I could find something. I'll
You
go to a
definitely
Dodgers game.
See, there you go. The best team in baseball.
Oh, that's gone. See ya. Air
Why
Force.
why are we watching this?
Paul Skeens.
Well, it's just live baseball.
How's that new remote treating you?
It's working great. And
by the way-
you stuck the little thingy up there, so now we can hit it.
So when I came in today, that brand new, shiny, clean,
Yeah.
very
Was it on
clean
the floor?
remote, it was on the floor.
What?
And I nearly ran over it with my chair wheels.
That would have been hilarious.
So I picked it up and put it on the table. You're welcome.
I
You
think
know what?
tomorrow.
I think what we need to do. We need
What?
to put one of them those dog leash things on there where it's like retractable. So
Oh.
we just
John,
attach it.
I
to
could
TV.
bring another one of those and we could stick it on the TV.
How does it end up on the floor so much? I don't understand.
What's
Well,
Gary
I
and
mean,
Matt
it's
doing?
very crowded over here. So when you set up your computer or you're moving the phone around or you're jostling with that damn headphone box, things get knocked to the floor.
Yeah.
I guess.
I think maybe some people could be a little more organized.
By the
though.
way, this cord is way too long. I'm gonna bring it.
Nope.
Whoa.
Oh no!
I'm gonna bring in a new HDMI cord tomorrow. It's
Okay.
a lot smaller.
All
so
right.
it doesn't have.
Josh donating to the HDMI cord
Wait
fund.
a minute. Why is the HDMI cord all the? What's it
It's
attached
that
to?
long.
Yeah, but what is it attached to?
The
The-
television.
TV.
It's just huge. It came with, if I remember right, because
see.
I had that.
I
exact,
see. It's snaking back around.
Yes,
Oh,
I
I
had
see.
the exact same mount at one point in time, and I'm pretty sure it came with that.
Well, you don't
cable.
even need to. You don't necessarily have to bring a shorter cord. You could just like bunch up and like get
But
a
I have
twist
one
tie.
that's like this, so I mean, it'll be just way better. Because then I think
Okay.
it's also might be weighing down the thing a little bit too. So
Okay.
I can remember it. It's all good.
Got to get it ready for baseball season. Except when the
Baseball.
stupid Royals on. and
Speaking of, where is
Yeah, we need to get
Wheelie
the se-
TV?
We need to get Wheelie
Oh,
TV
yeah,
back.
I don't know
Chris.
where Wheelie TV
Prudon,
is.
give us back our TV.
Yeah, what did it happen to? Because it's
They
not
took
in
it
the
away
other
one
studio.
day.
He just took it, and I don't know why.
He was like, we need it. And I'm like,
Well,
I
what
don't
if
know who
what
that
if the
is.
generous manager now runs that TV? What you going to take it from her office?
Mm.
What if she wants it?
I think
You're gonna
there's a TV in there already. I think Schechterly had a TV in there.
I don't know.
He's gone, Nick.
Maybe
Yeah,
he
but
took
he
the
left
TV
the
with
TV.
him.
Bring me
Hey, he went
Wheelie
He
TV.
went to Texas,
I need to watch the FanDuel Sports Network on it
and their new scorebook that looks.
and their new scorebook. That
It's
is
a nice
better.
scorebook.
Isn't it available on the Roku?
That's a good question.
It
It
should
wasn't
be.
last. It wasn't. Bally's wasn't.
I got a text, by the way.
That's why we moved it, right? Isn't that
You
why
might
we
be
brought
right
that
on
in?
that. You might be
Yeah.
right on that.
I got a text.
Well, the other problem was
That
Your-
cable
the
doesn't work.
The cable
on that.
channel. It's like
That's
it's,
right.
It's like
Yeah.
God
BTN
saying,
yeah.
"Don't watch this
BTN
bad
and
baseball
FS
team."
Network. Yeah.
That Ant Wright guy would hate being in here. He couldn't watch crappy Big Ten basketball on BTN.
That guy would hate it. Yeah.
Oh,
What's your
well.
text say, Josh?
Tell Grim no, and then Schechterly took his TV.
Oh,
So there
Whoa.
you go.
You could just do that.
This person who's listening to us, could you maybe call Cox and ask him why the BTN channel doesn't work very well in here?
Can you
for us?
ping our
Thank
box? Thank you.
also,
Thank
can you give us a reason why we can't have the TV instead of just saying no?
Wow, there you go, Nick.
I just want to know why.
Hmm.
We used to have a billion TVs up
They'll
Jan
there.
bring
says
it
the
down.
TV Shriner used during COVID, the very one. That's
Yes.
where John Schreiner would call basketball games on that TV.
Oh,
He
no.
called the women's games
Oh no.
in that studio on that TV.
So which of these is it? That one? Do you need that one?
I guess it would be
Yes,
that.
it's not that one.
It
it's
would be
other
the
one.
first one. Yeah.
It's that
Well, it looks like we've already got it downloaded.
one. Nice.
Open app.
Now, what's the what?
Well, we would need
By the way, we can't get the TV.
we would need a login.
It's
Which
in the mini conference room upstairs.
I have to sign up
Need
for
that?
it. I have to re-sign up for it today.
Chris also says we need the MAC
So-
address to fix that, but that's on the box.
Oh, did
right?
you have a year-to-year subscription with the
Yeah.
Bally's?
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. I think
right,
they're
well-
running a deal right now where you get like 30% off. Or
Well, there you
something
go.
like
You
that.
got it.
Yeah.
It is on this TV too.
Let's go. We're back. We
All
don't
right,
need,
perfect.
We don't need.
I think we can get the TV. I think he was just kidding. I think
Why
it's
do they
just-
need a TV for the
No, I think
conference
I'm
room?
just saying. I think
Yeah,
we can get.
Chris
it. He's
is here
telling
for
you
us.
to get it. Go.
Yeah.
He's saying
The
you
T-
go and get
that
it.
room's for conferencing, not TV watching.
Chris is here for us. He's got our backs, and
Thank you,
we're gonna
Chris.
go bring. We're gonna go take that.
Just
TV.
think if that glorious day happens where we get that other bigger studio and there's more room for TVs. We could have that one on the wall. We could have another
He
one
says
on the wall.
legitimately, go get the TV. We can have the TV.
Nice.
Let's go.
Yes, but that John, that's the dream. TVs are so cheap now. We could get a nice big 55.
We could make a
TV.
whole wall of TVs.
We could.
That would be awesome. We get a few TVs in there. It'd be good for Saturdays. I might come just watch the whole game here. Nothing worse than coming in here on a overreaction Saturday and watching the end of the game on that.
I know.
tiny
It's
TV.
100% true. Actually.
It's the whoa.
We could fit a couch in that studio, right? If we ever get another studio.
What the hell is this, John?
Well, it's Albany and UMass.
Dear God.
Well, there's not a lot to choose from.
You guys are freaks.
This is something different.
Justin says, "Have you guys commented yet on Pop Isaacs and Mason Miller officially in the portal?" Just
Please
joined."
comment.
No, not yet. This is the crossover. We don't talk sports.
Okay.
We'll talk about it.
Yeah, this
We'll
is a
talk about
crossover.
any great news that happens today on the show.
Mason Miller.
Mason Miller. We'll talk
and
about
other
that.
news.
And other news.
Portal.
The Portal Boys.
Many news, much news.
Mm-hmm.
We'll definitely have some news.
I'm gathering people didn't like Pop. There's some Creighton fans on my timeline
Nah,
that are like,
that's-
"Good riddance, you piece of
It's
garbage."
got to be sour grapes.
Their words.
Oh, it's sour.
That's
Not mine.
Oh, there's a lot of places that
It's
once
sour
somebody
grapes.
leaves, suddenly they start saying bad things about that
Yep.
person.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Completely unwarranted, too. It just happens.
Maybe it's just a joke. They like joking over on the Creighton Twitter.
Well, these people kind of have their names on the accounts, though. It's not just the random burners.
That's not the Russian
It's not-
speakers.
no, like Karen.
Anymore, nothing shocks me when it comes to transfers.
Yeah. I can't
And,
even.
and these two don't shock me in the least.
Well, definitely not Mason.
Where would Mason
Yeah,
go?
yeah.
Why would he leave?
Yeah. Definitely not Mason.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not.
Pop maybe a little bit. I mean, but
I'm
it's
not
still,
I'm not
still
surprised
not
at all.
like I'm not. Yeah,
I forgot how many points
Not
he
surprised
averaged
at all.
per game until I saw the tweet about it. I
it
was
was like
oh wow,
16
It's
something.
like that's a lot of points.
Well, it helps when you had what 20? How many you have against
5?
27 against Kansas.
He was really good that night, John. That was a lot of fun.
It was.
No, Pop Isaac sounds like Pop Eyes, which means he's going to be in that transfer portal for a minute.
For a long time.
bad,
Yeah,
bad joke.
John laughed. Thank you,
Congrats,
John.
Nick.
For a long time.
Mm.
All right. Well, there you go. Connor, have a day.
I will. I'll have a day.
Bye, Hepper. Good
Goodbye.
to see
Just
you.
think tomorrow we'll have baseball on.
Yes.
Games
Oh.
that count.
Sure.
Rose don't play till 3.
Yeah, Channel 47 works on that TV.
I
I
think
think got
they're
to turn it on.
I think they're the second game of the. I think there's a game at 1:30 maybe. And
Wait,
There's
are we
one
doing
game-
this? Are we treating this like the damn NCAA tournament where we're going to play
Seriously.
one game at a
Yeah,
time?
well, you and I talked about it yesterday. I think the Yankees are playing someone on ESPN at 2, and that's it.
yeah.
In terms of like
And then
national
everybody
games
else,
until at night.
everybody else starts at 3.
Yeah.
Brewers, Yankees. Hold on.
It's like the last day of the season where
Brewers,
everybody
Yankees
starts
at
at
2.
The Rockies don't play until Friday.
Orioles, Blue Jays at 2. Red Sox, Rangers at 3. Yeah, there's a lot of games in the afternoon.
They're just not. I'm talking about they're not national. You have to have
Right, but
your
MLB.TV.
DirecTV,
We
Sunday ticket.
This
we have my totally legal T-Mobile Tuesday free MLB TV.
this time last year, we were poolside watching baseball. That was nice.
Oh my God, that was only a year ago.
That was only a year ago.
Feels like many moons, many lifetimes ago.
Any life.
Wow, we were going there right now.
Yep.
We were in Vegas.
We were there
That is crazy.
doing this show.
Nick was trying to find a way to throw a frisbee around in a dirt pile.
I was trying to find
succeeded.
a way to rescue it from the dirt pile.
You very much succeeded.
I did not.
No, you succeeded in throwing it into
Oh
the
yeah,
dirt
no, I
pile.
did.
You
It was
were
gone.
awesome at that.
Yeah. The wind caught it. It's
Wow.
windy in Vegas.
Okay, bye.
There's your crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com. The Grum starts next on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, my goodness. I don't know what yours was like, Nick, but man, the allergies smacked me in the face.
I
this
can hear it in
morning.
Nick's voice.
Yeah, it's annoying because I actually feel a little better. I'm just stuffed.
Yeah, you sound worse.
Yeah,
Not good.
sucks.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
The annoying thing about my body and my allergies is I have to take the Claritin. That's the only thing that really works for me. And it usually takes about 3 days to kick in.
Bummer.
So by this time tomorrow, maybe I'll stop sounding
Yeah.
like I'm dying.
Yeah, this morning it was all about the runny and the stuffy nose.
Hey, me too. Look at us. We're the
Yeah.
runny nose boys.
The runny nose boys. I'd like to find that thing that's causing all this. And
Where's Lou Holtz?
I think that's pollen, John.
I know, but like the specific pollen, because isn't it if you can specifically identify, you can then there's like a way to end it. But the problem is you have to specifically identify the allergent. It can't just be pollen in general because there's like different
And then they
forms
just
of it.
give you a shot of something and
Yeah.
you're good to go.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Here you go.
Here you go, everybody.
Here you go.
Welcome to the Grum. It's brought
Good
to you by
afternoon.
Union Bank and Trust Your Money as people. And I just realized
Grum down.
we did not put out the tweet today asking for your dumb debates. We could use some dumb
Oh,
debates.
yeah. I mean, unless we don't do dumb debates today.
Why
Wouldn't
wouldn't
There's no
we?
reason we wouldn't.
Why
Josh.
wouldn't
it's
we do
Wednesday.
dumb
We always
debates?
do dumb debates on
Don't always
Wednesday.
do dumb debates. Sometimes things happen and we're like, I guess we got to cancel dumb debates
Okay,
today.
we are
Trev
not.
Alberts is going to Texas A&M.
We are not canceling dumb debates to talk about spring football.
Yeah, what's
what
wrong
if it's
with
a
you?
Sorry.
what if there is huge news
About
Huge
spring
news.
football,
There could be.
there's no huge news that could come out of spring football.
What if there was an injury? Like a huge,
Well, first of all, they would never confirm it.
massive
We'd have to
injury.
wait for confirmation. Then
What-
we'd be going
What
off
if
of
Matt
rumors.
Rule said, I'm out. See you later. You guys were mean to me.
Well, but that's not really. That's not just spring football. That's football.
Dave Fight says, is the Mike Schaefer interview recorded today? Nope, because it never is.
It
It's
never
always
is, so
it's
shut
always
up.
live.
Stop promulgating this terrible rumor that the Mike Schaefer interview is ever
Promulgating.
recorded.
That's a good word.
Alex and
Ridiculous.
Lincoln, huge news during the Schaefer live interview. People are wondering. People are asking. It'll be live. It'll be great.
The Grum Downs brought to you by the referees at John Higgins
Oh,
Weather Guard.
That's funny.
The pops in the portal and the silver spoon.
That's good.
I don't know why that. As soon as
because
as I was finishing the assembly of the Grum Down, that's when the news came out about Pop Isaacs.
Yeah.
And I don't know why that popped into my head, but pops in the portal.
I like
and
that
the
because
silver
everyone else
spoon.
is making the joke. And to be fair, I thought of it as well of, Sprite Isaacs. So I'm a soda Isaacs. You know, a lot of people just go into soda, pop, soft drinks.
Lame.
Yeah. I liked yours, John. Yours
See,
is good.
I always imagine a Popeye figure in my head. I've never actually seen him. I'm just picturing him as
Popeye,
Popeye.
the Sailor Man. You've never seen Popeye
He looks
Isaacs?
nothing
No,
like.
I've never
he
seen
looks
Popeye
nothing
Isaacs.
like
Oh, way to-
Popeye the
You
Sailor
know,
Man.
watch the team that we air on the Zone, Nick.
Well, we can't watch the radio. You listen to John Bishop's voice.
You could do both.
What, I didn't accurately describe Pop Isaacs in great detail.
Well,
when
you
he
said
first
his
came on the-
forearms were kind of big. He had like an anchor
I
tattoo.
did not say that. He might have a tattoo,
He'd
but he
have a
does not
corn- he
have
does have
Popeye
tattoos.
forearms.
He had a
Yes.
corn cob pipe.
He definitely doesn't have a squinty eye, and he definitely doesn't have Popeye's hair.
Whenever
That's
he needed a boost during the game, he'd just pull a can of spinach out of nowhere.
No, he only did that against Kansas. Welcome to the Big East, revenue sharing.
Man, I cannot wait to dive into this topic today
Yeah.
because One column came out today from friend of the Grum, CJ Moore, that was basically like, look, the Big East can do the revenue sharing the way they want, but the football schools will always be fine and dandy, and they're going to be great. And then Ross Dellinger also had a column today that was like a bunch of Power 5 or Power 4, whatever you want, football schools kind of being like, what are we going to do? The Big East, they can pay their players so much money.
So much money.
So much money.
Yeah.
Mike Schaefer will join us.
Live.
The good news is the quarterback does not have to go on Atkins. Jason Williams, columnist from the Cincinnati Enquirer.
Oh, nice getting it.
People use Ozempic now, John. The Atkins joke is outdated.
But he's out. John's outdated. So
I'm
that's
outdated.
fine. Yeah.
Departing Miller, but arriving Pitino Jr.
This guy had an old school column where he went hard in the paint. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Enjoyed it.
Nebraska ball. Oh, no. Disaster.
Who could have seen this coming?
They're bad.
Remember, literally, like the first game of the season, I said, you always do this, everybody. And now they suck.
This is really bad.
Yeah, it is.
Speaking of baseball, our baseball props today.
Woo!
We've been each given a budget of 100 fake dollars. We are going to make our baseball predictions and budget that $100 based on futures lines. And we'll see at the end of the season which one of us made any money back at all.
I'm feeling pretty good about a couple of mine.
I think I ended up making back like $25 of the 100 I invested or something. I've been bad at this.
We suck.
I have been bad at this. Mr. Yogurt loves redesigning things.
Thank you, Mr. Yogurt.
Yeah, sometimes he likes to add some nuts, sometimes some berries to the yogurt.
Oh, interesting, Nick.
It's a yogurt joke.
Wow.
Will the NCAA save spring football?
Oh, God, I bet you hope so.
There's another idea that's out there about these cross scrimmages.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a Dumb Debates Wednesday.
Please tweet them in.
Tweet at us into the Equitable Bank inbox, which you can also use to send in your dumb debates. John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com.
Yep.
You can also tweet your dumb debates by using the hashtag dumb debates and send it to us at USC 1620. It's the JTech Construction and Solar Zone Twitter feed.
Nice.
And the hotline.
Yep.
Do we have a name for it?
We could call it the Popeyes hotline.
Yeah, but
the pop line.
Well, I mean,
the pop line. That's pretty good. Coca-Cola should sponsor it because it could be called the Coca-Cola Pop Line.
Coca-Cola
We
Pop
have an
Line.
in with Coca-Cola.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Not Late Stibbs.
Mr. S.
Mr.
The other Mr. S, not the one with the crossover.
Yeah, exactly.
The Stibbs who lost his son many years ago.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You can sponsor the hotline.
Chance writes.
The Mellow Yellow Hotline.
No. I mean, yes, we love it. We all love Mellow Yellow.
I love Mellow Yellow.
Yeah, it's great.
I haven't had Mellow Yellow in a minute.
I think it tastes better than Mountain Dew.
Chance writes, Pop Isaac's girlfriend, Olive Oil, told me he was headed to the portal
That is
weeks
not
ago.
his girlfriend.
It's Olive Oil.
No, you keep protesting that he doesn't look like Popeye.
He doesn't look like Popeye. No one on earth looks like.
I
The
think
only
he
person who
protests a
ever
bit too
looked like
much.
Popeye was Don Zimmer, the late manager of the Cubs,
but not-
whose nickname actually was Popeye because he did look like Popeye.
Mm-hmm.
He was kind of portly and had the big face, and he was bald, and he had big forearms. He looked like Popeye.
Mm-hmm.
And I loved Don Zimmer, man. Those were the days.
Yep. He's dead now.
Yeah, he passed away many years ago.
R.I.P.
Remember when he was a bench coach with Joe Torre and they got in the big fight with the Red Sox?
Oh,
and,
yeah. 03, baby.
and,
or 04. One of those years.
Who was it that threw him to the ground?
Wasn't it Manny?
It might have been Manny Ramirez.
I think Manny pissed everybody off when he did that.
You don't do that to Don Zimmer.
Yeah, that was good times, man. That was really good times.
All right. There you go. Coming up next, totally live,
Nice.
Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7
Let's do it.
on 1620 The Zone. Oh, that's right. We've got good things coming. Good things, many good things from your home improvement company. You know, we have we made it to spring now, and this is a time of year where folks like to do a lot of spring cleaning. But did you ever think that maybe this would be a good time for some spring house improvement projects? Well, I've got a great deal. Actually, they have a great deal. Your home improvement company, and it's simple. It's windows. During this month, you can get 50% off your window purchase with a minimum of 4 windows. These are energy efficient triple pane windows. You'll see the difference. and feel the difference in comfort and savings on your energy bills. And it comes with easy financing, 0 down, 0 interest, 0 payments for 12 months. So call 402-764-1720 today. Talk to your home improvement company and have them come in at least for that free in-home consultation. It's a limited time offer. Don't miss out. So again, 50% off your window purchase, minimum of 4 windows. Call 402-764-1720. That's 402-764-1720. You're going to love the difference with your home improvement company. Visit YHIC.com and find out more. YHIC will exceed your expectations and make your home better. Don't wait. Call today and love the difference.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. And it's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
Let's welcome in our good friend from Husker 24/7, who last week didn't get a chance to see or talk to Josh. But this week, Josh is back on Wednesday. Look, it's Josh. Josh is here, Shay.
Yeah, it's the snow boy.
I called it. For the record, I said that we were going to have a blizzard, so bow down before me, Schaefer.
How did your flat top make it out of this one too? I know it's been a rough month for you as a new home occupant to be worried about all of the stuff that happens around your domicile.
Yeah, we actually, because of the wind and maybe there's just some PTSD of my parents' grill getting blown over when they got their house, we actually moved it inside. We were like, you know what? Let's not have anything bad happen. Let's move it inside. Everything is great. We moved it back out. We cooked on it this weekend. She cooked on it this weekend, and I got to enjoy the spoils of it. It was very good.
Yeah. So what's the percentage split here? How often are you the one cooking on it?
So
like
far,
10%? 0%.
Yeah.
Well, that's because we've given Josh the heebie-jeebies that maybe some weird things were going on that grill while it was sitting on the floor display model at Nebraska Furniture.
Ah, that's right. Yes.
So he's a little spooked by it.
She's the way better cook. I have no, some people, Schaefer, I imagine they'd feel emasculated by these things. I don't care. She can do all the grilling, and I help with the cleanup. I help with the dishwasher. I do all of those things, and I'm happy to do it and then get to enjoy the food in the process.
The important thing is the food is good. That's what should matter here.
Oh, yeah. And it is
absolutely.
Very good.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of the food is good, this is not even a good transition because
I was excited to see where we were going to go there.
I don't think, now I will admit I didn't hear the entire press conference, but I don't think Matt Rule ever referenced food yesterday. Well, I guess
nutrition training table, I think probably.
Yeah, I guess he kind of did because as we found out yesterday, Dylan Raiola definitely not fat. All is well on that front. Did you get a chance to see Dylan yesterday at Pro Day?
No, he wasn't. I think he was throwing for Pro Day, so he wasn't involved at all with the press conference on Tuesday, and I wasn't over at Pro Day, so I didn't put eyes on him to see what physical shape he's in. I thought the initial comment was weird. The follow-up was weird. Like, you said what you said. I mean, you should know putting that out there how that was going to go. And even the follow-up on it was awkward. We could all just move on. Dylan Raiola is currently working to be in the best shape of his life. Let's just leave it at that. And we can go forward with it. I think that's really all we need to discuss, at least in terms of the quarterback's weight and what it may be and what it may not be and what Matt Rule intended and what Matt Rule said. Just a stupid controversy to kick off spring.
Yeah, I would say this, Shape, not to just keep discussing it, but for someone in Matt Rule, who I really does believe every time he speaks, he has a message behind it and he's trying to have a conversation. For him to get frustrated, I guess, by how this turned and the discussion about 240 pounds. I never said he was 240. It's like, okay, but why did you have a very specific weight in mind? I think this might be one of those first true mess ups from him, and he just kept backtracking yesterday to the point where, like you said, it's just getting weirder now.
Well, and it's also irrelevant. Like, it's not, if he's not that weight, we don't have to worry about it. We already know that he's going to be built differently than a lot of quarterbacks just on his physical size anyways. And I don't know that it's the biggest inhibitant to him being a good quarterback as it stands. So it was, like I said, it was odd the first time that it came up, and then it was no less odd during the clarification period of yesterday.
Obviously, his development and, avoiding the cliched sophomore slump will be critical. But I'm curious, what do you think about the backup position as we work through spring here and try to figure out, because obviously the guy who was the backup last year is now going to be a full-time tight end. How important is being able to develop that backup this spring going to be towards the overall operation?
Yeah, I think you'd like to feel good about what you have behind Dylan should anything happen. I mean, I think they feel good about Dylan's ability to stay healthy. He made every start as a freshman. He's good at limiting big hits, the UCLA game aside. So it's not that he won't be dealing with stuff. I mean, obviously he had the ankle issue at times last year, and I'm sure he took enough shots. The back specifically from the UCLA game. But so it's going to be important to have someone you feel at least moderately good about. With Marcos Davila, I thought that was a bit of an under-the-radar addition for them this offseason. We knew they were going to try to pick up a quarterback in the portal once Daniel Kalen left. I think getting someone that Dana Holgerson was familiar with, that he was recruiting out at Houston, that he obviously likes the arm talent of, I think that's an important thing. They like what they have with Jalen Gramstad and what they saw all of last year. I continue to think he's more, break in the case of emergency than immediately put in at the first opportunity that you need a backup quarterback. I think Davila ultimately will end up being that backup. But whether or not he's needed, or how often Nebraska is in a position where they can play younger players or flood the bench, if you will, early in the season will be sort of interesting, because Marcos didn't play for Purdue. I don't think this is breaking news here, but Purdue was such a horrible operation last year. It was probably good that he didn't play for Purdue, but that also means he's maybe a little further behind than where you'd want somebody who's going into their second season of college football. And then, like I said, you have the reverse of that with Gramstad, where you have someone who has a lot of experience and a lot of playing experience. It just comes at a lower level. And so last year he worked through the scout team, and I think he earned the trust of teammates and respect of coaches. And so I think he's done a lot of good things behind the scenes. And so I think they have a couple options they feel good about. TJ Lateef, the freshman quarterback that is here already this spring and was with them for bowl practices. He is a very interesting athlete, an Elite 11 participant. I think he's a solid quarterback. He's got a very elongated throwing motion, and so I think there's maybe some mechanical things that have to be cleaned up. But he's a guy that has his eye on for what the future is post Raiola, and so he wants his name in that conversation too. So they have three sort of unique people in that spot behind Dylan, and I think they will be fine should they have to go that route. Now, is it going to be what you have with your starter? No, but I don't think it's a big drop off. I didn't last year either. I liked Harburg more than most people, and when he needed to come in, he was okay against UCLA.
So, Schaefer, do you think, I was going to ask you about Harburg, do you think that his move to tight end was, we talked about it when it happened, like, hey, they want to get his athleticism on the field. But a part of this has to be that they feel very comfortable with the quarterback depth. What do you think it was more about? Is it more about, let's take advantage of the athlete we have, versus, hey, we feel really good, so we can finally move him away from a position that he is fine at, but maybe not as good as he could be elsewhere?
I think it was a little bit about, they felt good about what, with Gramstad, that they had that. At the very least, they had Jalen Gramstad. I think they knew that in December when they were going to move Harburg. I think it's more to do with Heinrich Harburg and setting him up for what is the future of his football playing career. If he's going to continue this in the NFL, it's going to be as a tight end. And I just think they saw such an asset there that they wanted to get him on the field or utilize him, can do different stuff with him. He obviously has the aptitude for this. He stepped into the bowl game with little preparation and acquitted himself well. It wasn't fantastic. I think he had one catch for like 7 yards. So I'm going to hold off on giving him the Heisman Award or whatever here. But he did well in that moment. And I think they just view his future as such, as someone who can play that position in the NFL. So they want to help build him. When they talk about being a development program with an eye towards the NFL, they want to do the best that they can for these kids. Obviously they want to win games, but they do want to set him up as well as they can. And so quarterback wasn't going to be the future than this was. And they were as committed to it as they could be without, looking back and wondering what happens at backup quarterback. I think they're going to be okay in both situations.
Talking with Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7. You wrote yesterday about returning players who are going to be heavily involved in the conversation, and Emmett Johnson was the first name on the list. When you look at how Emmett was used at the end of last season, and that's relevant, very relevant to the conversation, because that overlaps, of course, when Dana Holgorsen became the offensive coordinator. Is he ready to be the guy this year? And how much of the guy do you think that will be, given that, Nebraska is typically under, the last couple of years, really heavily rotated its running backs?
I think we are going to see the most usage for any single running back in a while. I think that they trust Emmett. I don't think there's a lot of great alternatives that have presented themselves at the moment. But I also think if you just look back at when Holgorsen got there, I mean, his touches per game jumped, not almost doubled, but close to almost doubled for what he was getting, under Marcus Satterfield's regime as offensive coordinator. I had made this point on a different radio show earlier this week. I've written it a couple times now. It just stands out to me for what the future is. Emmett Johnson caught 7 passes, I believe, against USC. He caught 7 passes in all of the 2023 season. They're clearly going to do more in the passing game with running backs. Matt Rule said as much. They're talking about how running backs have to be more multifaceted individuals in the passing game, that they can also pick up the protections, but get out there and be an asset, that you can utilize them in that. I think if you can have a successful passing game with your running backs, it allows you to get the ball downfield easier against single coverage and maybe find wins in that regard, because you have to be worried about underneath more than what they were previously. I think anytime you can put the ball in Emmett Johnson's hands, it's probably a good thing for Nebraska. And so I went from a guy who thought that Emmett was fine and was being over discussed to now I think there's a chance he's your most valuable non-Dylan Raiola player on offense. I don't think that's a huge leap here, but I think he's more valuable than a Dane Key. I think he's more valuable than a Ja'Cory Barney. I think they're going to really load him up. I think part of helping Dylan Raiola is actually really loading up your running back. And so it wouldn't surprise me if the touch jump for Emmett Johnson is substantial, and he wants it. I mean, that's the other thing. You're marrying someone whose attitude fits Matt Rule to a T. He loves football. He wants to be on the field for every play. He wants to play special teams. He wants to play as a running back. He's talking about lining up out of the slot. Listening to him talk yesterday about being a weapon was refreshing, because it's good to see someone present that from the player side of it, instead of it always just sort of being a media-driven discussion. And we don't talk with EJ Barthel enough to where he's really had to wade in on that. But if Emmett Johnson's coming out of the slot and you got Quentin Ives or somebody else lined up at running back, there's just a lot of different things that you can do with this. I mean, if Heinrich Harburg is in the Taysom Hill role and as a short yardage player, and you have Emmett Johnson too, there's a lot of creativity that can happen there. And I'm very open to seeing where this goes. As someone who has been as critical of Nebraska's running back situation as anybody out there, I have more excitement and enthusiasm for the direction of where this is going than I've had in a while.
Yeah, and Shay, that leads me to just continuing to wonder what happens when Holgorsen is able to have his eyes on the situation for months rather than weeks, which is what we saw at the end of last year when he takes over, ahead of an off week and then ahead of the final 3 games of the regular season and the bowl game. What happens now when he really can get to know them as people and as players, and he has months to kind of come up with a plan?
Well, what fascinates me is who emerges as different options for them offensively. I mean, we know that he liked guys like Quinn Clark and Mekhi Nelson, and that just didn't get untracked during his time as the offensive coordinator. What is he able to do now that he has the whole spring and can build towards things for 2025? What does that look like? We're not going to get a great view of it in practice, but I anticipate, for as much as we're going to talk about Dan Key and Emmett Johnson and Isaiah Hunter and Ja'Cory Barney and Heinrich Harburg and those names, there's a whole wealth of offensive players that Dana Holgorsen is looking to unlock. There's some newcomers that aren't going to be, Jamarian Parker didn't come to Nebraska to not get the football. I mean, that's a pretty nice recruiting win for them out of St. Louis. Is he a guy as a freshman that can immediately help out as a backup for Emmett Johnson? Do you have a short yardage back that can replace Dante Dowdell? I mean, is there someone that Holgorsen likes in that role? Is that what a Heinrich Harburg can do for you? So there's a lot that I'm intrigued by from an offensive standpoint. It is sort of funny as the lead resident of the spring game doesn't matter. It would be sort of fun to see what they look like in a spring game this year. So I do lament that we aren't going to get as good of a view on that, but it just sets up for when we get to August, we're going to be in a different spot than we usually are with this team. We're going to have a lot less visual that we know of and a lot more of what we're hearing and sort of having to rely on what the coaches say and trusting them at their work.
Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7. On this subject of running backs, Matt Rule was talking yesterday about, what the budget could end up being when it comes to, going out and finding players, assuming that, and he just threw out the number 16 million in terms of the share that they'll get from the 20.5 million. And, doing the math, you go buy one guy for $500,000, that leaves you with basically 32 spots if you're paying at that rate. And so you're always going to be looking for positions or for players that you can get at a budget. And I'm wondering about the running back position, if that could be the one position where you could still lean a little heavier towards the traditional recruiting model and bringing in, the high school kids versus necessarily going out and trying to replenish through the portal. Do you see either the running back position, or is there other positions out there that you think maybe this is where bargains can be found as you're using your NIL money in certain ways?
I definitely view it as, if you're going into the portal for a running back, you're not going to have to spend that much money because there's going to be a lot of them. And I think there's a lot of stories like Kenneth Walker, where he was a lightly used player at Wake Forest, gets in the right system at Michigan State, and it's a launching pad for his career. And so one of the things that's been relatively shocking to me is that whoever Nebraska has brought in, whether it be a high school kid that was highly regarded, or Marquise Stepp, or Dante Dowdell, it just hasn't quite worked in the same way. And some of that has the offensive line blocked well enough? Does the play calling match the players? I mean, I have more confidence in Nebraska's running game, in part because of Dana Holgorsen and what he showed in just a short amount of time, the creativity of getting those guards to pull around the end. I just go to that Wisconsin game. Like, if the season looks a lot like that Wisconsin game for Nebraska offensively, they are going to be a kick-ass team. I mean, I don't know that you can extrapolate that across 12, 13 games, but if you're getting 10 games that look like that, I mean, that offense is tough to stop when you can get Emmett Johnson out in space in a variety of ways, when you have big offensive linemen that are moving people and getting to the second and third level, and you're doing it in a creative way, or you're running power with guards, or whatever it is. I think, for me, running back isn't a position where you should spend a lot of NIL money. Like, it sort of mirrors the NFL in that regard, where I think if you build the infrastructure, your running game should operate well enough with someone else. And I just got done heaping a bunch of praise on Emmett Johnson. I don't want to double back on that. I don't think of Emmett Johnson as a superstar running back. I just think he's a guy who's in position with a skill set that Nebraska can rely on and make life easier for everything else that they want to do. And I think those sorts of guys are out there in the portal year in and year out. And even better, if you can find them at the high school ranks and build them up yourself.
Schaefer, Nebraska baseball lost again last night, this time to Kansas State. What type of conversation do you think we're going to be having about this program, big picture-wise, as the year continues to roll on, especially towards the end?
I think the frustrating thing for Nebraska baseball is that it can't seem to put 2 years together in a row right now under Will Bolt. It's been a lot of peaks and valleys, and that mirrors a lot of Nebraska men's sports anyways. And so it's just a continuation of the same question, which is for a place that is lavish in resources, that has the fan support, why do men's sports struggle to put together multiple winning seasons in a row? Like, how do you go from a team that wins the Big Ten tournament, that looked as good as anybody in the conference, to all of a sudden they don't have relief pitching. Their hitters are really pressing and struggling with runners in scoring position. I think Brunts texted me they were 2 of 14 last night. They scored like 8 runs, but they were also 2 of 14 with runners in scoring position. So I'm no math aficionado, but that's actually kind of impressive, except you gave up significantly more runs on that too. So it's and they're not going to move on from Will Bolt after this season. So that's the other thing. Like, you can, if you're sitting there listening to this and you're like, well, the answer is to fire Will Bolt. It's not going to happen. So just take that take and file it away for another day, or scream it to the top of your lungs. Nobody's listening. They're not going to move on from him, because every time Nebraska has the peak and valley thing, the coaches are pretty good at getting the contract extension on the peak right before the valley that occurs. So, financially, Nebraska is not going to be motivated to move on from Will Bolt. He just has to figure out how he can find consistency year in and year out. And it's been one thing or another with Nebraska baseball. And it's really frustrating, because I think, again, there's talent on this team, and it just feels like they're underachieving in a way that should not be occurring for a veteran group that has had success before.
Schaefer, I asked you last week about the situations at Iowa and Indiana in terms of coaching, and now we've got both coaching spots filled. Ben McCollum is now going to come over from Drake, and I can already see from social media that Hawkeye fans are very excited about this. So kind of double back to what we talked about last week. Now that Indiana has DeVries, McCollum is going to Iowa. What do you think the impact will be on Nebraska basketball?
Well, and Minnesota hired a good one in Nico Medved.
Yeah, I forgot about Nico. Sorry about that.
Well, you don't have to apologize to me. I'm not close with Nico.
Sorry, Nico. I know you've beaten Creighton a couple of times, so I apologize for forgetting.
Here's what fascinates me is I think Ben McCollum and Nico Medved are really good hires. I also don't believe at all that Iowa or Minnesota are going to put much of NIL resources towards men's basketball. I mean, Minnesota basically came out yesterday without saying it, and their beat reporters were reporting. I mean, they're only focused on 5 sports going forward from an NIL perspective. And of that, football is still going to get the largest chunk of it. And then it's going to be women's basketball or volleyball and hockey and women's basketball. I think dead last, 5 out of 5 for Minnesota men's sports is basketball. So how is Nico Medved operating off of maybe $1.5 million a year in NIL money going to be successful in the Big Ten? Like, it's one thing to go out and hire these coaches. It's another to tie their hands behind their back during a system where good basketball rosters are going to be $5-6 million. I mean, and that's, if you're in the Big Ten, what kind of roster do you think Purdue, which again, they're great at recruiting and keeping their guys in their program, like they're going to have a good roster, and it's going to cost them money to retain those players. Michigan State is going to have a good roster. It's going to cost them money to retain those players. I think Wisconsin is going to go this route where they're going to continue to invest heavier in basketball and maybe at the expense of football to a degree. So how does a Minnesota and Iowa compete with that? And then extrapolate it to what is the best system for Nebraska? Because can you find a way to have enough money for basketball, but it doesn't affect you in football? Like, we're in these really sort of fascinating conversations as to what you want to emphasize as an athletic program, because when you have this rev share and you want to split it out, and you've got a great volleyball program, and basketball's gone to the tournament the last couple of years in a row, or women's basketball has gone to the tournament the last couple of years in a row. I mean, there's not going to be enough for everybody. And Matt Rule kind of hinted at this a couple of weeks ago when he said you have to make choices as an athletic department as to how you want to do things. And he wants to be able to support or he says he wants to be able to support these other programs. That's not going to happen everywhere else. Like I'm really fascinated what it's going to look like for Ben McCollum. You know, it's one thing to do it at Drake. It's another to have to compete in an 18-team conference where the good programs are going to spend money on what they have basketball-wise.
Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7. Schaefer, always appreciate the conversation, and enjoy the rest of your day. I'm sure it's going to be very fruitful, and you're going to make some great things happen today.
Yeah, well, you know, it looks like a beautiful Wednesday outside, so why not just revel in that and enjoy it to its fullest?
There you go.
Yep, power wash the side of the house that got all the dirt sprayed on it from Josh's winter storm. All right, that's Mike Schaefer. When we continue, more to come, lot more to come, including we're going to have our prop bets for baseball in 2025. We're each getting a $100 budget. We're going to take some futures bets and see if any of us can actually make some money this year. Fake money, of course, on 1620 The Zone.
Another mild and quiet Wednesday afternoon. We're going to watch some clouds slowly decrease as we get closer to sunset, where temperatures will be around the mid-60s outside, so fairly comfortable. Into the nighttime hours, some clouds still hanging around, and then maybe some light showers early for your Thursday as temperatures sit in the middle 40s. I'm meteorologist Luke Vickery, KETV Newswatch 7.
Outside is where winter
This week, we're giving away 4 packs of Supernova tickets for the Friday match against Vegas. I'm not going to say their nickname because it's another one of those stupid singular nicknames.
It's the Thrill.
Oh, God.
Stupid.
It's bad.
The
It's not a
dumbest
good
crap
nickname.
I've ever heard.
March 28th, that's Friday, CHI Health Center, 7 o'clock. Listen to Connor Happer Show this week for your chance to win your way into the game. So, transfer portal's been busy again today.
Popeye's in there.
And
Yuck, 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 yuck.
and 2 each from Creighton and Omaha.
Wow.
Pop Isaacs, Mason Miller, leaving Creighton, and Markel Sutton, J.J. White, leaving Omaha. And there was some confusion earlier today about Sutton, and the reporting apparently came out before he was ready to announce, but it's now being confirmed that Markel Sutton, who was the Summit League Player of the Year, is going to enter the portal, and J.J. White will enter the portal as well. Of course, these were the 2 top scorers this past season for Omaha. And, I mean, I've said it a million times, I'm not shocked by anything. I consider everybody 50-50 at best.
Are people shocked?
Oh, I don't know if people are shocked, but you are seeing the, well, good riddance to you, I didn't like you anyway, type stuff.
Oh, yeah. That's
that
just
you see
sour
from fans.
grapes.
Yeah, sour grape stuff that you
grapes are
see
sour.
from folks, particularly when it comes to Pop Isaacs, because he only played 8 games this year.
He got hurt. It's like he quit on the team in December. He got hurt.
He could have used more spinach.
He could have used more spinach.
But no, I'm not surprised at all by any of these things. And so, we talk about Creighton rebuilding. It's going to be a dramatic rebuild, because when you include Pop in the conversation, you're talking about your 4 top scorers. Now, again, he only played a third of the season.
Sure.
Not even.
So what would have happened if he would have played for the rest of the
right.
year? Yeah.
But, Jemiah's already gone, Kalkbrenner, Ashworth, now Pop Isaac. So the Jays will be in the market for more guards. They were already in the market for guards. Now they're in the market for more guards. And, with Mason, I think a lot of people kind of assumed this was coming because his uncle is going to be the new head coach at Murray State.
Yeah,
wouldn't be surprised to see him follow him there. But even if it weren't for that,
you think it would have happened regardless?
I think it probably
just because of how he fit, or I guess didn't fit with the team.
Well,
the
just needing a
fresh start,
a different, viewpoint. It's also a position that is loaded with players, and that was there regardless of what Mason's season went through or was like, because you've got guys like Fedor and Jackson McAndrew and Isaac Trout and Jason Green, and it's kind of a muddled position in terms of it's a glut at that position. So typically, it's not surprising. And then with the Omaha kids, this is about getting your money when you can get it.
We talked about this yesterday. Where if you are a mid-major team or a low-major team, right, and you are good one year, it's just really hard, and that's why. Not to keep relitigating the discussion of the last couple of days, but I feel like that's why it's harder and harder now for these types of programs to turn into the Cinderellas of old, because when you have a good season like Omaha just did, like Omaha has been having, you're going to lose those players onto, the bigger brands, or at the very least, the bigger schools. Nebraska's not a bigger brand in basketball. I mean, I guess, but they're in a power conference, and that's what it's about. It's being able to jump up to a different level of play. And I get it too. Like you want to show off your skills. You don't want to get to that next level and see what you can do. So it makes all the sense in the world, but you feel for the programs like the Omaha Mavericks of the world, because this is just the new reality that they're having to live with.
The new normal.
It is a new normal. These uncertain times.
They're
very uncertain.
Buy a car.
Buy a car.
Those were the first commercials I saw first start doing these uncertain times. It's like, hey, we know nobody's working right now. You should buy a car.
Hey, it would have been a good investment, Nick, because now cars are more expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just looking it over here. Pretty sure now that makes it. I want to double check. Because I think Asmus.
What?
He did go to Texas. He did. So the last 4 Summit League Players of the Year. Actually, 5 because Max Asmus, he won twice.
Mhm.
So the last 5 Summit League Players of the Year have all transferred.
Wow.
With Asmus and Shireman and Mayo, Zeke Mayo, who went to Kansas, and now Markel Sutton.
Speaking of
and that's kind of that's the way it is. These Players of the Year, or these those types of caliber
They
players
use it to jump up.
If they are underclassmen, they're going to move up
Mm-hmm.
and try to take advantage of the money that is in there in the portal, and there is money to be had.
Speaking of Ask Jack writes in, Jack John, we all have our bad fans, but damn, seeing Jays fans calling Ashworth Assworth. As a Nebraska ball fan, I would do unspeakable things to have had him running the point at Nebraska. Are your Jay backers calling him Assworth, John?
No one is. I don't know where
that's disgusting and despicable.
Yeah. It's not Texas A&M.
That sounds like
ass
something.
And more ass.
That sounds like something that's made up. Lisa wants to know, I'm so surprised that Pop is in the portal. Any idea why? It's money. He was a well sought after player last year.
Yeah, I was told earlier today in regards to him that he wanted more, and there are no hard feelings on either side, though, about this situation. Yeah. It's not he's mad at them. It's just he wanted more than Creighton was willing to give him.
Right.
That's what I was
saying. I mean, and like with anything else, people can come back. Remember last year, Frederick King got in the portal and then came back. If that money is not out there. Now, of course, the chance you take with
Return of the King.
The chance you take with that is, if you're too late, then some of that runs dry, and maybe you don't get the situation you want, or you get exactly the money that you want. But with someone of Pop's talent, he's going to have plenty of suitors.
Strong-ass offers?
Plenty of strong-ass offers.
From spinach
totally
companies.
Legal strong-ass offers.
Del Monte.
# Will Wade. But, yeah, he'll have those. And, and listen, we talked about this yesterday with Matt Rule and having to budget things. Same thing's happening with basketball. You've got your budget, and, if one player that you really need is taking up a good chunk of that, then that's less that you have for everybody else. So every major college program, just like every major college football program, is needing folks who can, kind of be the capologist and set budgets. Hey, we got this amount of budget for this position. We got this amount of budget for this position.
That's a made-up
But if
job.
somebody comes along, let's say if you had $750,000 budgeted for a center, just throwing out a number, but then you get like the cream of the crop.
Shaquille O'Neal.
But it's going to cost you an extra $250,000. So it's going to cost you $1 million a year. Then guess what? Then you got to adjust everything else below that. And that's now what every major college athletic program is now doing in the world of revenue share, where you've got this money that is budgeted and you know what you've got to play with. And it's now a numbers game.
Mm-hmm. Definitely is.
It's now a numbers game.
Email from John, Equitable Bank inbox. How many people that are upset about Isaacs entering the portal would turn down an opportunity to move to a job doing what they love at a place that offered better opportunities or better pay? These people are hypocrites and need to get over themselves. Good luck to Pop.
Sometimes it's about the people you're with, though.
Yeah, but
I couldn't imagine leaving you two.
I can. Wow. Can't imagine leaving us two, Nick?
Yeah, you're my friends. I like
you're in your 20s. You better get the idea in your head that you won't be working with us until you die.
I'm almost in my 30s.
Yeah, we won't be here forever, Nick.
What?
The show will come to an end.
No.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's going to end at some time.
At some point.
It's going to end at some time. By the way, have you seen this?
No.
Have you heard about this? The University of Maryland has announced their commencement speaker for 2026.
Yeah.
Kermit the Frog, John.
And I'm not talking
Nick. I was going to say, I'm not talking about the voice that John was doing earlier of that.
Which I'm not going to try to repeat because with my allergies, that's not a good idea.
The beloved Muppet, legendary Frog, will return to the campus where he was created to share an inspiring message with our 2025 graduates. Yes, it is 2025 right now. Wow.
Dumb debates question for later.
Sure.
What's the ultimate tier list of famous frogs?
There's the hello, my baby, hello, my honey. And then there's also the frog that got stung by the scorpion.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to answer the question, Nick.
There's the frog from Frog and Toad.
Frog from Frog and Toad. John, any frogs?
No, other than you realize, Maryland, you're not getting really Kermit the Frog. Jim Henson's been dead for like 25 years.
John, spoiler.
AI, John. People love the internet.
You don't want AI Kermit?
Yeah, but it's not just the voice, it's the spirit of Kermit the Frog, which wasn't that Jim Henson's first puppet or Muppet?
Maybe, I don't know.
It was one of the first.
Chance, I had to graduate on a PowerPoint and they get Kermit?
My graduation speaker was some dude talking about the joys of capitalism and how we can't wait for us to get into a capitalist society.
Was it John?
I don't remember who the dude was. It was a weird vibe.
Mine was Jeff Zeleny of TV news fame.
I don't remember who my commencement speaker was.
Not that special, huh?
It really wasn't. Well, when you graduate in December, you don't get the premiere.
My name's John Bishop. I graduated in December because I'm better than everybody.
No, it was not that.
I graduated in December too.
Wow.
It took me 5.5 years though, Nick.
Wow.
It's not special.
I graduated in 2 years.
Yeah, because you went to a 2-year college.
Yeah.
That's pretend.
And yet we're all at the same place.
That's true. Wow, tough look for us. Tough look for me, 5.5 year boy.
Coming up, could the NCAA save spring games?
Oh, for your sake, I hope so.
Why are we talking about this when we told Josh we wouldn't talk about this?
Because, Nick, John...
Because he's going to cry if we don't.
John, opening day's tomorrow. We have baseball.
I know,
to
it's
talk
tomorrow.
about.
By the way, Kansas is up 2-0 at St. Thomas.
Rock Chalk.
Who cares? Why are we giving updates on Kansas St. Thomas baseball?
Well, it's the only thing going on
Who
live
is that
right
for
now.
in our audience? Mina?
Oh, where's Kansas in the RPI?
Who cares?
I don't know. I closed that page.
Frogs from the Budweiser commercial. Another.
There you go.
The frog that one princess kissed.
Oh, yeah, from that Disney movie?
I mean, it was a fairy tale before a movie, but yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Princess and the Frog, is that what it's called?
Yes.
Okay.
Was it an AI frog because they wouldn't employ real frogs?
No real frogs were harmed in the making of this movie.
We'll be back in a minute. 1620 The Zone. Don't forget, you can always download our app, the Zone app.
Oh.
And you can catch us anywhere, anyplace, anytime, including our podcasts as well. And in the event of breaking news, we can alert you. Local breaking news. And we won't abuse.
The snow is done.
No,
like that kind of news.
We won't do that. Trust me. We will not use any of Josh's terribly bad predictions.
Remember, the
as
snow
push
is done.
notifications on the Zone app. Only legitimate, real
Wednesday.
breaking news.
After last Wednesday, the snow is done. Looks like a gorgeous day in Omaha.
What's the forecast for this weekend?
Yeah, there's
Rain,
a chance
Nick.
of snow
No,
on
there's
Sunday.
a chance of rain this weekend.
Uh-huh.
Do you know what the temperature of freezing is, John? It's not 35 degrees. That would be silly.
It doesn't have to be 32 degrees or below for snow to fall.
Oh, interesting. Is that what you're going to tell me?
And you're already wrong as it is. I mean, you've
No, I'm
cursed
not.
us with that terrible blizzard last week.
Wrong.
Every time you talk about the
I
weather,
called it.
something happens.
But yes, we can send push notifications, which is a cool, neat thing.
And we won't abuse it, we promise.
Yes, exactly.
Like, for example, we would definitely not send out a push notification about this story.
Oh?
And that is that Mike Gundy, you know, the Bedlam series is dead. Oklahoma and Oklahoma State don't play anymore because they're in separate leagues.
Yeah.
But Mike Gundy has suggested that a cross-match spring game could be the way to revive Bedlam. Oklahoma State spring football scrimmage.
Now, I'll say this. I think that might be, like, problematic because those schools hate each other. It could result in fights.
It could.
It's not what you want from a spring game.
It could.
Anyway.
It could. Gundy said it's something we've talked about. I think it's a great idea. We should go down there and play a home against each other in the spring. Charge $25 a head. They can use it for NIL. We can use it for NIL. If they don't want to do 2 in one spring, we can do 1 this year. So he's talking about doing 2 in the same year.
Home and home.
So 2 of their scrimmages, one would be down in Norman and one would be in Stillwater.
Amazing.
Against each other.
Amazing.
And charge $25 a head. And make money for NIL.
Mm-hmm.
I think
you're in on this.
No, I'm not in. I don't.
John
care.
says I want to watch.
I don't care. I really don't care because I will not watch. I don't care.
Save that for tomorrow.
I promise you, I will not watch.
Spoiler
because
alert.
it's a damn practice. I don't care. I will not waste my free time on television watching someone else practice.
Okay, but
if the NCAA, first of all, there's no real good reason not to accept it. And if every school out there is saying, man, we need ways to generate revenue, we need to do this, we need to do that.
We can't pay our players.
And this is the way you can do it.
It really is. In all seriousness, like, you know, we joked about it with the rule answer yesterday because it was this word salad of I don't think it's going to happen. But it's like, but why? I love Sipple's question, but why? And I have that same one. But why? If the coaches want to do it, but why?
Yeah.
Because the answer, as you've talked about before, why wouldn't you want to do it? Why wouldn't you want to do it? Because you can't control it.
Right.
You as an individual, Matt Rule cannot control what happens because it is not a controlled environment. But if he wants to do it, then that's not a problem that he's worried about.
Yeah.
If Deion Sanders wants to do it, if Mike Gundy wants to do it, you know. Now, I would be curious if Venables would feel the same way at this moment in time, you know. Because one of the things, this idea is not new. Like, let's not pretend that Deion Sanders invented this idea. We talked about
This has been talked about for years.
We talked about it on our show off and on for years. And one of the things that you brought up, and I know others have brought up too, as like a concern would be, yeah, but what if you lose? And does the fan base get mad about it? Now, I think that bowl games have kind of now prepared us for worlds where games don't matter as much,
right.
You know? And so I think that is less of a problem, but we have always talked about Nebraska playing like North Dakota State. We've never said, what if Nebraska played their arch nemesis, which is what this series would be. A canceled series that is suddenly raised back from the dead.
Would that just be Colorado? Who's Nebraska's arch nemesis right now?
See,
themselves?
Right. Yes, it is. It's Scott Frost. Right now, I don't know. Iowa.
Oh, UCF.
Yeah, Iowa.
Yeah. But like in the olden days, obviously it would have been Oklahoma, Missouri, Kansas State. Like if they played Missouri in a spring game, like people would be like, I hate you. But it's also like, who cares? It's a spring game. I'm curious if this push is going to continue. Speaking of spring games, Brad Gawley, who is the sports director at WXYZ in Detroit.
Detroit, Michigan. No,
he is a
that's their
two-time
actual-
Michigan Sportscaster of the Year. Nick, you're saying he's a fake person?
No, he's saying that XYZ.
XYZ sounds like a fake radio station.
WXYZ, that's fun. Michigan's spring game on April 19th will not air on live TV, but will be recorded to play on BTN a week later on April 27th at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. College football spring transfer portal window opens April 16th through the 25th. Michigan's game will air once it closes.
You know, that's interesting you mentioned that, because the main reason why Matt Rule wanted to get rid of the spring game was because he didn't want players being poached. Why
would he be okay with doing the scrimmage thing?
Well, why not just make the spring game May 1st or whatever the first Saturday in May is? Because it would be after the portal window closes.
Correct, it would be. I think the answer is he just doesn't want to do it. For whatever reason.
You
all right?
No, I swallowed.
Oh.
Now, I'm screwed.
All right, let's go to break. Just kidding, Nick.
I had a really good point. Now I can't do it. I believe, I'm not saying that Rule isn't being authentic when he says, yeah, we've got guys being poached out of the portal. But the other part of it was that with the smaller rosters, they don't want to run the risk of getting more players hurt, because with fewer players to deal with, that means more, more frontline guys have to play more.
Correct.
That's the real, I think that is a bigger reason than the poaching, because it's easy. With the poaching, all you have to do is we're just going to hold our spring game after the window closes.
Yeah.
But I think the real reason, or a bigger reason, is, hey, we got smaller rosters we're going to be dealing with in the future, and it's just not worth it for us to hold these open scrimmages if fans are expecting a full game.
Because you can't do it like you used to. Is that another argument then in the favor of the joint practices? Because as a listener pointed out yesterday, if it's me versus you, but we're on the same team, that is two players from our team that are on the field against each other.
It is.
If it's me versus you, but we're opponents, it's one.
It is, but again, you can't control it when somebody else is involved.
Correct.
And the thing about being able to practice without eyes peering in is you can practice anything. You can practice whatever you want. You can stop in the middle. You don't have to put on the charade of a football game just to satisfy the 80,000 people in the stands or whoever's watching on television. When you're practicing with no peering eyes, you can do it however you want. You can say whatever you want. As our colleague Nick Baugh would say, you can have the freedom to fail.
Correct.
And so I think that's a big part of it too. Otherwise, why aren't we doing some fall scrimmages in front of people? That could be a moneymaker too. Hell, that could be a bigger moneymaker than a spring game.
Yeah.
But they don't, because, you want the ability to be able to control everything and not let information get out that shouldn't be getting out.
So what are we missing then that Dion and Fran Brown and Mike Gundy don't care about that? Is that not as big of a deal as we thought it was?
I think they have been asked by their bosses, or they have been challenged by their bosses. Hey, we've got to, you want extra money for NIL? We need to make extra money. And so I think the programs, Colorado's not in the same spot as Nebraska is.
No.
Nebraska's already going to be fully funded. They've already created the line item for the revenue share. It's not going to hurt them.
Though they did cancel the Tennessee series so they could have an extra home game for revenue.
Allegedly. But I think that's where some of this is coming from, is you've got coaches who are like, man, if I'm going to my boss asking for an extra $1 million of rev share, and the boss is saying, well, we can't do that. Where's that money going to come from? They're probably being asked, hey, you need to come back to us with some ideas, and these are some of the ideas that are being thrown out there.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I think's happening. And I'm sure there are some coaches who aren't maybe as fearful of the portal or poaching or anything else who, want to actually hold a spring game in front of fans.
They want to see what they have with their players.
Yeah.
Because that is an environment that you cannot replicate in practice. People watching you.
Exactly.
Remember the video that went viral during training camp last year?
Right.
When Matt Rule was talking about it, there are a lot of these people here and they're seeing you and this is what's happening.
Exactly. Coming up next, well, on that subject
of
money and how much you have to allocate to other sports.
Yeah.
Matt Norlander got some folks fired up today.
Oh?
And we'll talk about that and how much revenue sharing could be a benefit to the Big East.
Okay.
That's coming up on 1620 The Zone. We've been talking about NIL. Well, NIL has already been here for, what is this now, the 4th year this summer? Or is it the 5th year this summer? 5th year this summer. Well, there's a new company here in Omaha that is doing NIL in a different and unique way, and it's allowing us, the little people, to get involved and making it fun. It's gamifying your giving. It's called On the Line, Omaha-based company that partners officially with all 3 major Division I institutions, Nebraska, Creighton, Omaha. And here's how it works. When you go to their website, athleticsontheline.com, you pick your favorite school. Then you pick a measurable metric. You assign a dollar figure to that metric. And for every time that metric hits, that becomes your donation towards that school's NIL offerings. So think of it this way. Let's say, you're going to pledge $10 for every win. Every time your team wins, that becomes $10. It rewards your favorite team when your favorite team rewards you. It can be as simple as that. Find out more by visiting athleticsontheline.com and find out how you can help your team recruit and retain the best college athletes. On the Line, Omaha-based, partnering with all the Nebraska Division I schools. Go to athleticsontheline.com today. That's athleticsontheline.com. 1620, the casino is going to be open again soon.
Is that tomorrow? Because Nick's gone on Friday.
It's going to have to be tomorrow.
Doesn't have to be. We can play without you.
Oh, okay.
You okay? I guess Joey does have access to the thing to put in the info.
All right, so we're doing
But we'll do it. We can do it tomorrow.
Okay.
I just didn't want Nick to get a big head saying, you can't give anything more about me. But we can do it tomorrow. This week's Zone Deal, $50 voucher to Exarban Cinema and ACX Cinema 12. These are two $25 vouchers for only $25. The deal goes live Friday morning at 9 at 1620thezone.com. These are vouchers for the movie concessions only. But, man, what a great deal, because think of all the food you can get with those $50 vouchers. And we're going to be giving away those $50 vouchers tomorrow at 1620 the Casino.
Nice.
With 21 on the radio. It's back.
Damn it. Can we have Happer come in and help us just in case I screw up?
No, we don't need to. We're going to be fine.
You better bring in your cards.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're bringing in my cards, right? Yeah. Not Nick's stupid monstrosity.
They're not stupid.
You can't even see them.
Use your eyes.
You can't even see them.
Use your eyes.
They're pretty bad. So tomorrow, I'll be listening for your chance to win $50 in gift vouchers to Exarban Cinema and ACX Cinema 12 for movie concessions, or visit 1620thezone.com starting Friday morning at 9 for the Zone Deal.
Reminder then also that Friday we'll be doing the movie club, and this week it is Stand By Me. Now, they're not showing that at the theater right now. It
I don't believe so.
1986.
It did.
Came out a while ago. You were basically the age of those kids. Have you watched it yet? Have you rewatched it yet? I watched it last night. Good stuff.
I was thinking about this the other day. The kids in that would be my dad's age today.
I was wondering,
based on the timeline of when,
because they're 12 years old and it's set in 59.
Yeah,
so they are like they are the beginning of the boomers.
Yeah,
is Kent is that how old he is too? Was he born in the 40s or is he early 50s?
Well, I think he's early 50s.
So I'm guessing. So he's.
But this will be.
I can't wait to talk to him with it.
Yeah,
or about it on Friday. Man, imagine not being in the studio for that interview on Friday. That would suck.
Yeah.
Oh, hey Nick.
Well, this was my movie anyway, because we had to change it because Nick left us.
Yes, and what's next week?
At a wedding.
The deer that was murdered. Is that what it's called?
Killing of the sacred deer.
Yeah, basically the same thing. The deer that was strangled.
Was strangled to death.
Yeah.
So, Ross Dellinger has been a very busy guy at Yahoo Sports. He's been covering all this NIL and conference realignment, all of this stuff. And today's article talking about, as we're in the middle of March Madness, and everyone's been lamenting the fact that the Cinderellas aren't playing. Now, here's where his article goes a little sideways, because he's treating Big East schools like they're the Cinderellas, like they're the mid-majors, which got a lot of people on Big East Twitter mad. And I don't know if you know this. Don't make Big East Twitter mad. They're very aggressive.
Are they?
Yes, very aggressive.
Interesting.
But the thought, and it's been out there before, and we've talked about it from time to time, is that with RevShare, Big East schools, none of them have FBS football. Well, one of them does, UConn, but, I mean, they're barely FBS.
They're barely FBS.
I mean, they don't even have a conference.
And then Villanova has FCS football.
Correct.
How many of the schools have FCS football? Sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot.
I think they do. Georgetown, Butler.
I was going to say, does Butler have it?
I believe they all have FCS football.
Yeah, anyway.
But they don't have to put the lion's share of their money. First of all, they don't have to fund the full $20.5 million.
They don't have. No, and even if they did, they don't have to set aside a large portion of it for football.
Correct.
Or and certainly in this discussion, I think let's focus on the Creighton of it all, because that's what's going to matter the most.
Right.
But we can talk at large about the Big East.
But as Dellinger writes, Big East budgets, although they are a fraction of those in the power leagues, their schools earn $4 to $5 million annually in conference distribution compared to $40 million plus in the P4.
Yeah.
But Big East members are financially strong enough with donations, university subsidies, and basketball revenues to share a portion of the $20.5 million. That everybody will be in the game. That's my prediction, said Val Ackerman, commissioner of the Big East. She declined to get specific on financial figures, but those with knowledge of the spending expect many within the conference, UConn, St. John's, Villanova, Creighton, perhaps even Marquette, Georgetown, and others, to support men's basketball with at least $5 million of revenue share funding.
Yeah, here's a quote from the current Houston athletic director, Eddie Nunez. Big East schools next year can pay $6 million or more to their basketball teams. As many as a dozen non-power division, and that's a game changer. And then Dellinger wrote, as many as dozen non-power league Division I schools, many of them in the Big East, are planning to spend at least $5 million on the basketball roster next year, with the smaller group reaching the $6 to $7 million. An SEC athletic director said it's a problem. Villanova and St. John's can pour $10 million into basketball if they want. The SEC isn't going to be able to do that because we cannot sacrifice the cash cow of football. So there are multiple quotes in here, some on the record, some off the record. Like here's another one. Kansas State Athletic Director Gene Taylor. I know our coaches are worried. They've openly talked about it. That's where the rumors start to fly about circumventing the cap. Are we going to go back under the table again? So on and off the record.
Hashtag cheating.
There is worries that the Big East, because they don't have to worry about football, is going to be able to spend more on basketball than SEC schools, than Big 12 schools, than ACC schools.
Big 10 schools.
Big 10 schools.
According to one of the conference's athletic directors, Big East Conference, if it has teeth, the Big East is, and this is talking about because one of the things that's out there is this clearinghouse, and it's Deloitte that's going to run this clearinghouse. They're going to vet every third-party NIL deal up to $600 or over $600, which is a way, like right now, if Deloitte looked at every NIL deal in college sports today, 99% of them would be no.
At least that number, right?
Because of the way they're being used. But now with revenue sharing, one of the terms of the unsettlement is that Deloitte's going to look at every one of these deals. And so right now what the Big East is hoping for, because the philosophy is this. The philosophy is if you're a Nebraska or if you're an Ohio State and you're not going to have $5 million allocated for basketball, that you're going to offset the difference by going back to 1890 or back to Ohio State's collective and saying, all right, well, we'll make up the difference with old school NIL.
Yeah.
But old school NIL is going to be subject to the clearinghouse. And so what the Big East is hoping for is that Deloitte has some teeth and will enforce it and that it will go through. But going back to what the K-State athletic director said, basically threatening, hey, if this is the way it's going to be,
we're going to go back under the table.
We're going to go back under the table, a.k.a. cheat.
So now let me read something from a different story. So that was Dellinger, and I made reference to this at the start of the show. It seemed like there were two columns today that were almost arguing with each other, though not on purpose, because I'm guessing Dellinger and C.J. Moore, who we have also had on the show of The Athletic, wrote theirs in entirely different vacuums, but with the same kind of mindset of, let's look towards April 7th, because that's how CJ's story begins. On April 7th, the eyes of the basketball world will be on the national championship. Instead, though, actually, they're going to be eyes on this Northern District of California, where they're going to decide on this case. Let me read a couple of excerpts from what he wrote. Most believe that if non-football schools do exercise their revenue-sharing cap space advantage and outspend the Power Four, it will not be for long. The SEC and Big Ten's television contracts alone make it easier to find the funds to supplement revenue sharing. And because the revenue sharing cap is set at 22% of the average of Power Conference programs' revenues, it will increase in future years, freeing up more potential basketball spending for football players or football playing schools flush with cash. And then a Big 12 assistant off the record told him Northwestern seemingly is going to have a much easier time getting to the max salary than Duke, North Carolina, or Kansas. And so now I will add words on top of that of, if it's going to be easier than those schools, then it's going to be way easier than Xavier or UConn or Creighton or Villanova. So I found it interesting that those two columns, again, on the record or off the record quotes in both of them that very much disagreed with each other, where some conferences and leagues and schools, coaches, whatever, are like, oh man, Big East schools are going to have an advantage. Meanwhile, a Big 12 assistant says, no, they don't. Northwestern is going to be in a better spot financially than Big East schools. I find that fascinating.
Well, but that's banking on the fact that this $20.5 million cap is going to be raised in future years. And if it's raised for everybody.
Sure. But can the other schools keep up if they're not
well,
getting that TV
but then
dollars?
we go back around to what Matt Rule was talking about a few weeks ago, and that, yeah, we're fine here at Nebraska, but not every power conference school has the money because of all the other things that they have budgeted to fund that cap. Nebraska is fully fledged for 2025, 2026.
Yeah.
At $20.5 million.
Yeah.
Just because the cap gets raised doesn't mean the money is going to be there for the cap for some of these schools. So in principle, what the folks in the CJ Moore article are saying is true, but then the question is, do you have the money?
Well, in theory, you should, right? Because you're getting TV dollars from Fox and ESPN.
But how much of that money is being spent as coaches' salaries continue to rise? And you got to build your facilities.
That's a great question.
And so, yeah, this is, again, it's all part of this larger math problem. But I think the more interesting thing is if push comes to shove, and let's say for the next year or two, the Big East has this perceived advantage. And you start to get some of these schools that pride themselves on basketball, especially some of these newbies in the SEC who have discovered the winning ways. Not just the Kentuckys of the world, but, everybody, the teams this year that made the tournament. Once they get the taste of that winning and they realize, oh man, we're at this disadvantage. How tempting is it going to be to either sue to change the terms of the settlement, or, as has been pointed out, remember that the Power Four leagues are getting more control over how the championships are going to be run.
Mm-hmm.
And could they use some of that to give their teams more of an advantage than other conferences like the Big East? So in other words, if they feel like they're being pushed up against the wall fiscally,
well, we'll just change the rules.
We'll just change the rules to make it easier for us to make the tournament.
Yeah.
Or change the concept of the tournament.
Or change the concept of how you have to dole out this money.
Exactly.
You wonder if they do something like that too. Comment from Chris. It's hard to feel sympathy for the SEC when they complain about the Big East basketball being unfair for revenue distributions, when they feel no sympathy for other conferences when it comes to football. Conferences are going to have to pick their sports. Yeah, I'm with Chris. I'm not going to feel bad for any of these big dog leagues that are like, oh man, the Big East has this advantage. No, you are in the Big Ten. You are in the SEC. You have all the advantages. So no offense, but pound sand about any of these.
Exactly. These are the two leagues especially that are doing their damnedest to try to destroy college sports.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't no one crying for you, Big Ten. Ain't no one crying for you, SEC. Nobody. The only people that are crying for you are yourselves. But the rest of us out here in the real world, we ain't crying for you.
Brian
in fact, I'm laughing at you.
Did you read something about a percentage of revenue would help to raise certain schools' cap? So I'll go back to the story that I read. Where was that quote at? So this was from the CJ Moore story. The SEC and Big Ten's television contracts alone make it easier to find the funds to supplement revenue sharing. And because the revenue sharing cap is set at 22% of the average of power conference programs' revenues, it will increase in future years. So the argument there is television deals are going to get higher, thus the floor is going to go up in terms of the cap that will be able to be used.
Yeah, and as far as, again, in the NFL, like this year, they announced the cap's going up.
Mm-hmm.
That's based on the terms agreed to in the collective bargaining agreement, and then all the math nerds in the NFL and the Players Association, they get together and they figure out, what the cap's going to be. So there's a procedure for it. I don't know what the procedure is for raising this cap. I'm not sure who's in charge of it, how it's going to be enforced.
Oh, yeah, good question. Yeah, I don't know either.
Again, this is where having some kind of central government, actual government in college sports, would be very helpful in the spot.
By the way, I found the answer already for what will these leagues do, what will the Big Ten and the SEC do if they think that the Big East has an unfair advantage, with an email from Zach. There should be a separate universal cap for each sport. What is paid to football shouldn't count against what is paid to basketball. That's the exact argument that they'll use to make. And unsurprisingly, Zach is a fan of a Power 4 football school and not a Big East basketball school. Because that is the exact argument that they'll make.
Well,
why should we have to suffer because of our football deals when the Big East doesn't have football?
But remember, this was all determined in the settlement.
Yeah, and
this was all determined in the settlement. And so you would have to go back to the courts.
Well, they'll probably do it anyway.
They might, but remember, you have to have the money to pay for it. And not every school right now has the money to pay the full 20.5 revenue share.
Yeah.
They don't have it now. Nebraska does. They've budgeted for it. A handful of others have budgeted for it, but not everybody has. And not everybody has to meet the cap. So you can raise the ceiling as far as you want to, but if you ain't got the rungs on the ladder to reach the top of that ceiling, it ain't going nowhere.
Sam writes, I think they'd have trouble capping individual sports because we'd end up back in court, which is what you just said.
Bingo.
Caps weren't an SEC or Big Ten thing. They were a court settlement.
Bingo.
Though you know that will be the argument that those schools make. They will not like it when there is a perceived advantage for conferences that don't have football. But I would then say, the schools that have football have all of the other advantages.
Right.
Because you have football. You have so much more money that you were able to pay for a variety of things because you have football. Maybe you can't spend as much as you would like on your roster, but you know what you can do? You can hire coaches. If you can afford coaches and other schools can't,
can hire coaches,
you have
you can
an
afford
advantage.
bigger buildings, blah, blah, blah.
I'm guessing you're going to have one of the things that hurts Creighton is that their alumni base is not as large as a public institute. Nebraska's alumni base is nowhere near as large as like Ohio State or Texas A&M. In a way, that is where the advantages really lie for the big dog schools, is when they have a lot of people. You figure then you're going to have a lot of donors, but if you have more donors in general, then you're going to have a lot of bigger donors. And so where will they make up for this money? They'll just do it like how they've doing it forever, under the table, collective type stuff.
Don't forget, Dumb Debates coming up here in about 30 minutes. Send in your dumb debates right now. JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC1620. Use the hashtag dumb debates, or you can email your dumb debates into the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com.
John promises dumb debates will not be interrupted today.
I haven't promised anything.
Okay, seemed like that's what you were doing.
I mean, 99% of the time it's not interrupted. Why would it be interrupted?
I don't know.
It doesn't make any sense, Josh.
We celebrate how good the weather is and how I brought the good weather.
You didn't bring anything.
Okay.
You only brought pain and suffering. There is still smidges of Mount Happer still there. See it? See it?
That's
still
dirt.
there.
That's a smidge
you.
that's a smidge of dirt.
Yeah, because you brought the dirt with it too.
That's how mountains are formed. Dirt.
Interesting.
Jason Williams is going to join us, columnist with the Cincinnati Enquirer, here in just a few minutes, as Xavier made a big move in basketball and then got a new coach.
Oh.
We're gonna have multiple Patinos.
A second Pitino has hit the Big East.
Mm-hmm. Hey, that's the title of the stream today, Nick.
I was proud of it.
I'm sure you were.
Mm-hmm.
On 1620 The Zone. Make sure you go vote. 1620thezone.com for your favorite restaurant. Is it still alive? In the Savory 16 of the Omaha Food Fight, brought to you by Union Bank and Trust.
Okie dokie.
Go there now and vote. There's some good restaurants in there. Some good
That's
restaurants.
why they made it to the Savory 16, John.
I already voted earlier this week, but find out who's headed to the, what is it called? The Elite Eight?
Edible 8.
Edible 8.
But
sorry.
ATE.
ATE. Sorry if I violated any NCAA
edit that out of the podcast.
violations. There. But go to 1620thezone.com.
Please do.
Vote
Please
today
do
in
vote.
the Omaha
Yeah.
Food Fight. A longtime former friend of the program is changing jobs. If you missed it, well, probably did. I don't know how many of you follow
Oh, yeah, we haven't
the
talked about
comings and goings, but
Dennis Dodd. He's retiring.
no one cares. How he survived when those 6 Illinois football players died of COVID, I'll never understand, but that's another story altogether. Gary Danielson is stepping away from the CBS college football booth after this season.
So one more year for Gary.
One more year for Gary Danielson, who has been there pretty much since CBS got into the business with the SEC, right?
No, he joined them 20 years ago. So they
Well,
had
who was before Gary Danielson?
Todd Blackledge.
Blackledge, that's right. Blackledge.
Yeah.
That's right.
So this will be the second year of the Big Ten run. This will be his 20th year as their lead analyst. And he says, now is the time for me to say bye-bye.
But they have already announced what's going to happen.
An analyst in waiting.
An analyst in waiting.
Some would say.
Well, he's not really in waiting because he's still an analyst and he's doing professional football games.
No, he won't be doing this year. We don't know what he's doing right now.
The release said he is still doing NFL games.
Oh, it did? Okay. Yes. I thought the reporting said that he was not doing it this year.
The press release from Paramount Express said that Charles Davis, longtime friend of the Grum, will be taking over Gary Danielson's seat starting in 2026.
Awesome.
Yeah, Davis will continue as an analyst for the NFL and CBS during the 25 season.
Okay, so what I had read was, so real quick, this doesn't matter as much. J.J. Watt is going to become the number 2 analyst now with Iron Eagle. I don't think Charles is going to be on that booth, though. And so that's maybe where my confusion
Probably not.
was. Yeah.
So Charles Davis is going back to college football.
I love it, man. I love it. We had Charles on this show for years and years and years. And he is, I always think, wonderful to listen to during a broadcast.
Mm-hmm.
And not that I didn't enjoy him on the NFL, but I really love him on college football. And so to see him get to do the, second, third, first, some seasons, best game or some weeks in the Big Ten is awesome. Means he's going to get to call some Husker games moving forward again, which is going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, Nebraska's doing CBS games, which they probably will do. How many were they on last year?
CBS?
Was it just one?
Which game are you thinking?
Maybe they weren't.
I don't know if they were on any CBS. I know they were the year before.
The Iowa game was.
The Iowa game was on CBS. I don't think they were. I'm looking.
Maybe they weren't. Maybe they weren't.
They were not.
But that's great news.
Yeah, I think that's super cool.
I mean, Charles is good no matter which form of football he's doing. But personally, I'm glad he's back on the college game.
Yeah.
Because he was really good at that. Of course, Charles got his start at TBS.
Yep.
Back when TBS had a Saturday game. I believe he was on the call for the great Texas A&M comeback.
Yes, he was.
In 2002.
Yeah. He went to Fox and did some games, when they had the BCS. He called national championship games with Tom Brenneman. And then he called games with Gus for a while because he would call Nebraska games,
he would.
And as they were on that network here and there. Jordan says now you can have him on when he calls Husker games. I would love to have Charles back on.
That's what we're hoping for.
Yeah, he hasn't been on the show in a while.
That's what we're hoping for. He was just really packed with different guest spots. And of course I'll be curious to know. I hope he'll still be doing some NFL Network stuff. Obviously, he's done a lot of NFL Network stuff with the draft. But now that he's going to be doing college games starting in another year.
In theory, that should help his prep out a ton because that was the hard part, right? He's calling NFL games all year, and then he's hopping in towards the draft, and he's doing prep for
Exactly.
for that. So double dipping in a way. Yeah, pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. He's always been one of our favorites.
Absolutely.
Really happy for him.
Absolutely one of our favorites.
It'll be interesting to see too what happens with Nestler. You know, he's been with CBS now for about a decade. He was like their number 2 for a little bit, right behind Vern. And now he's been their number 1 for a handful of years on college football. But he's getting up there as well. And so you wonder if they're starting to think long term a little bit on who would be their number 1 college football guy moving forward, as they now were a Big Ten network versus the SEC, which they were for many, many years.
Well, coming up next, it's been an active week with Xavier basketball. They beat Texas.
Yep.
Then they lost their coach to Texas. And now they have a new coach. And he's related to another coach who's already in the Big East.
Oh, wow.
Very closely. In fact, some say he might even have a very similar name, first name. Jason Williams of the Cincinnati Enquirer will join us next on 1620 The Zone. But my friends, coming up next month, and next month is almost here, it's going to be Blue and Green Day, put on by Live On Nebraska and Donate Life. This is a day where we can honor those who have made the very noble gesture of becoming organ and tissue donors. There's going to be a drone show, lighting of the Cary Bridge. It's all coming up on Friday, April the 11th at 6 p.m. over at the Lewis and Clark Landing on the riverfront. And you can be one of those heroes by visiting goodguysavelives.com. That's where you can find out more about organ and tissue donation. Now, for those of you who've already checked that box when you first got your driver's license or maybe first got your hunting or fishing license, thank you. We appreciate it. But for those of you who haven't, might you consider going to goodguysavelives.com and find out more about organ and tissue donation, because you can save up to 8 lives. You can be any age. You can be at any stage of health condition. Anyone can donate, and it's free of charge, will not cost your family anything, and most traditional funeral practices are still possible after a donation. So please consider the selfless act of being an organ and tissue donor today. Visit goodguysavelives.com. Find out how you can save up to 8 lives at goodguysavelives.com. Yesterday, Sean Miller was officially introduced as the new head coach at Texas.
Xavier University is a small Jesuit school in Cincinnati, Ohio, and it is an amazing place. To be the college basketball coach there has incredible meaning to the university. Their athletic director, Greg Christopher, and president, Colleen Hanich, believed in me, gave me an opportunity, and it's when change happens, there's always people and things going in two different directions. That direction, you wouldn't want me to be the coach if I didn't have some strong feelings about the place that I left. I love that place. If you think about my journey, I've been a coach for 32 years.
So that was part of his opening statement, giving plaudits to the school that he left. I'm sure that those words probably definitely soothed some of the wounds of folks who thought they were betrayed in Cincinnati by Sean Miller. Jason Williams, columnist for the Cincinnati Enquirer, Cincinnati.com, joins us on the hotline this afternoon. Jason, I'm curious if you saw that press conference and you heard what Sean Miller had to say and whether or not you were moved by those words.
Thanks, guys, for having me. Really appreciate it. I did listen to the press conference, and then we had our reporter, our beat writer, wrote a story about it too. So I read through that and I processed it, and it was kind of put off by it. A small Jesuit school, and he certainly wasn't saying that 3 years ago when that small Jesuit school in Cincinnati, that basketball school, gave him really his second chance when no one else was calling to hire him after all the drama of the NCAA investigation and the federal corruption investigation around his program at Arizona. But suddenly it's a small Jesuit school, and what did he say? He also said in that press conference, I'm paraphrasing, but it's one of those, you got to do more with less. Guys, I kind of asked around some more in the wake of this, and I think it's all in the past now because Xavier late last night hires Richard Pitino. But I think when you're looking forward, like what kind of resources are Richard Pitino going to have, NIL? And so some reporting today kind of indicated that maybe the Xavier administration and Sean Miller weren't seeing eye to eye on the NIL related resources. I do believe in, like Creighton, Xavier is a private school. And so trying to, find out anything in terms of, any kind of public records or numbers on anything is obviously very difficult. And they don't have to share those things. In terms of, what they're paying NIL wise or leak anything out or anything like that. But when you read in between the lines and those things, it was, I think, that's being viewed as a shot at whether he, was able to get the resources he wanted from the NIL, and that potentially he was battling with the administration over that. It's interesting that it didn't seem that was a problem until some other team came calling, and certainly Texas is a place that's going to effectively have unlimited amounts of resources. I know the NIL money is going to be capped here coming up and going to come through the schools, but certainly a place like Texas is going to have the full $20.5 million to hand out to their athletes. Now, of course, most of that's going to go to football, but certainly there will be plenty of it left over for the men's basketball program.
Jason, you mentioned it, the second chance that they gave him. How much of the frustration today and in the fallout of this move is on that, as you described it in your first column, the lifeline that Xavier gave him a few years ago?
Yeah, and guys, this. I mean, this is college athletics, and college athletes, even before NIL and the portal, coaches were jumping and contracts meant nothing, and there was no loyalty among coaches in college football or basketball. So, I don't know. No one was really like, from that, if you were just trying to take that at its face value, like, hey, well, of course, like this one hit differently because of the circumstances of, that Xavier was the one that gave him the lifeline. That today he still might be unemployed, although I'm of the mind that they actually took him, though, before the NCAA had officially cleared him. Probably after that happened, he may have gotten hired. This might have been his first year back instead of his third year back. So I don't want to, hyperbole that and say he may have never gotten back. But certainly Xavier took a chance. He had not been cleared by the NCAA at the time they hired him. They had given him his first chance as a head coach back in 2004. He had been an assistant at Xavier previous to that. And so there was a deep, deep history there. And then you throw on top of that like, hey, here's the guy that had a lot, had all the stuff around him in Arizona, fell from grace, so to speak, the mountaintop. And, here comes Xavier to help him resurrect his career. And certainly, Xavier saw them to resurrect their program, which had really kind of fallen on for them, really tough times under Travis Steele. And, so it was a good match for both sides. And so I think people were under the guy because he talked about taking the program to heights it hasn't been before. Xavier's been to 3 Elite Eights over in their history. They've never been to the Final Four. And so people saw that as like, okay, you've been given the lifeline, the second chance when no one else was calling. You have this history with Xavier because Xavier gave you your first chance. So there was an understanding there. You did talk about how committed and all in you are here. That was his big phrase, all in, and taking the program to new heights. And at the first call, 3 years, in, you're on the road out of here. So that really, it's a lot like Creighton. Like, there's a very passionate, strong fan base for Xavier, and it's in some ways the way you guys are to the University of Nebraska. And I know Nebraska is not in the same town, but Nebraska's got that broader appeal, and Creighton's got that incredibly loyal, fervent, that strong fan base that makes it a big time basketball school. And that's the same thing here at Xavier. The University of Cincinnati has a broader appeal, and you even expand that out a little bit more with Ohio State. Lexington's 80 miles down the road. But in the middle of all that, Xavier sells out its arena almost every single game, 10,000 plus. They have their own on-campus arena. This is a good basketball school with resources and strong resources in the Big East, obviously. So, it's not like, he was making the jump from McNeese State to the University of Texas, and that's nothing, or some Horizon League school, Wright State or something like that. He was going from a Big East school that's committed to basketball and moving over to Texas. And, so you throw all that stuff in there, guys. And, there's a fan base that's, pretty sore about it. And, I think everyone's feeling a little better today with Richard Pitino hiring.
Well, then let's transition as we talk with Jason Williams at Cincinnati.com. What do you like most about the Richard Pitino hire?
I wrote a column on Cincinnati.com about this, that they went outside, the quote unquote Xavier family to make this hire. Xavier has a history, and it feels like, and I know it's not unique to Cincinnati, but it feels like it's a very parochial place. We like to reminisce on, at the University of Cincinnati, the Bob Huggins days. And as they've been struggling, hey, let's bring back Bob Huggins. And so there's this run it back mentality across Cincinnati sports. And for Xavier athletic director Greg Christopher to go out and think beyond that, they had hired Skip Prosser back in 1999, 2000. He had been an assistant coach at Xavier under Pete Gillen. They hire Sean Miller to be head coach. He had been an assistant coach there. They hire Chris Mack. He had played there and been an assistant coach there. And then they come back to Sean Miller. And so for them to kind of break that mold of running it back and going with inside the quote, Xavier family, the familiarity thing, and think beyond that, I absolutely love that, because this is a town, even beyond sports, guys, like it very much has a mentality of a little bit of status quo and living in the past a little bit, and we were kind of like that on our politics and kind of other things that we do here, and the good old days and of this or that. And so for them to go out and get beyond that was very impressive for Xavier Athletic Director Greg Christopher to do that.
Jason, you mentioned it earlier, the NIL and what that looks like and what Texas can do versus what Xavier can do. From what your reporting has shown and what you know, what is Xavier planning on doing in the approaching rev share news that we expect within the next, couple of weeks in terms of a men's basketball perspective? That's
a great question. And those are answers. And Xavier's always been like this because they can be. And it's, the journalist in me, I used to be a news reporter before I did sports early in my career, went to news for many years and then came back to sports. So the news reporter in me is like transparency. And, you try to get to that as Xavier and as good as they are to deal with, and the people at Xavier are fantastic people, and they're very helpful, when it comes to, whatever interviews and stories and all that. They very much live by that. We don't have to tell you because we're a private school. And so it's hard to get your arms around what their revenue sharing is going to be without football being there. We know across town, the University of Cincinnati is going to have the maximum amount of money that the NIL, that the schools are going to be able to hand out at $20.5 million per year across their athletic department. I don't have a grasp on what that looks like at a place like Xavier, a private school that doesn't have football. Is it, I don't know, is it 10 million? Is it 5 million? There's, like Omaha, there's a very strong corporate base here that supports Xavier basketball the way the companies in Omaha support Creighton. So, I know there's resources there, but I can't, and guys, I know you probably struggle with it too, to try to get your arms around NIL and understanding it and how it works and how much money is one kid asking for and this kid, and how is he playing it off of, with his agent off of another school, and, how much does that school even have to give? And it is really hard to get your arms around this. The one positive thing I think from our standpoint, the public, is that we're going to at least know what the University of Nebraska or the University of Cincinnati or Ohio State or, those schools are going to have at least every year to give out. We're not going to know that with Creighton or Xavier or Notre Dame or, a lot of the Big East schools, St. John's and Villanova.
Jason, I'm curious as we wrap things up here. Obviously, the Pitino link. I saw a lot of people when they were on Twitter last night going, we're going to get the Pitino Bowl twice a year. How important is that for Xavier? Xavier, like Creighton, joined the Big East at the same time. You're getting used to new rivalries, and I think there's good rivalries that have developed in the quote-unquote new Big East. But this dynamic, father versus son, given what we saw this year with St. John's and the attention heaped on that program, thanks to what Rick Pitino did, is there an element here where hiring Richard Pitino elevates Xavier's profile just simply because he's the son of the guy who's making all the headlines?
That is such a great, I had a long conversation with our beat writer at the Inquirer, the Xavier beat writer, Shelby Dermer, and just a couple hours ago with him about this very thing. And I said, because look, in Cincinnati, even though when you look at Xavier, they have a strong fan base, but when you look at the broader picture of where they are on the pecking order of interest, even here in their own town, you've got the Reds and the Bengals, Reds. They run 1-2, and University of Cincinnati football, University of Cincinnati basketball, even high school football. And then Xavier basketball and the MLS team are sort of hovering around kind of far down there when it comes from a general interest standpoint. And I even said that very thing. I said the fact that the two Patinos are going to be playing each other twice a year, and then at least, and then they're going to be playing, potentially in the Big East tournament at Madison Square Garden. How can that not generate more interest, not just from the fervent, strong fan base that Xavier has, but more of that general Cincinnati, greater Cincinnati sports fan. And we've certainly seen that in kind of the interest that we've had in my columns and our stories through them going to the NCAA tournament this year versus even a couple years ago. And then certainly the coaching change. There has been incredible interest in this story like we haven't seen before in Xavier basketball and maybe ever. And so like there's that, you add that element in there, and then you throw on just, Dan Hurley and Greg McDermott. And like now this is becoming a league of like, it's becoming almost like the old Big East where they had John Thompson, they had Jim Boeheim, and they had these big personalities and guys that, that have great respect and legendary status in the coaching ranks, and they're now all in the Big East. And I know Richard Pitino is not certainly in that level yet. The name is, but you throw on there that he's going to play his dad twice a year. Like there's now going to be more. There's just going to be more interest, I think, even here in Cincinnati in Xavier basketball that I think maybe we haven't seen before.
Jason Williams, Cincinnati.com. Jason, great stuff. We really appreciate it. Thanks.
I really appreciate you guys having me. Take care.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Jason.
Jason Williams joining us on the hotline. I have always been impressed because as he talked it out, I've always wondered where Xavier fits.
Yeah.
Because it's a pro sports town with a legendary baseball franchise.
Yep.
And, of course, a football franchise now, with Joe Burrow, one of the biggest stars in the NFL, and how important those are. And then you're in the state of Ohio, so it's Ohio State. You're only 80 minutes away from Lexington, Kentucky. You got Kentucky basketball. Then you've got the University of Cincinnati, and where Xavier falls in all of that. And I've always been impressed the support that Xavier has, because it is that Cintas is filled almost every game, 10,000 plus. And it seems like a really passionate fan base. Yes, Xavier's got a good basketball tradition, but it's hard to kind of break through the noise when you're in a pro sports town. Then you heap on it all the other things. This can only help in terms of
interest,
in terms of bringing in more casuals, because you're going to have the Pitino Bowl.
Yeah.
And that's going to be something that the people across the country will be talking about.
Yeah, two things along those lines. So he mentioned to the answer to your question about the hire, that he liked it, kind of breath of fresh air. He wrote in his column about it. There's way too much of run it back mentality in Cincinnati sports. So, I wonder how many people feel that same way as well, where they were like, this is nice. And I think Sam kind of distills what you were just talking about in a good way from the perspective of us locally. This really makes me appreciate Omaha. Creighton seems better resourced than Xavier, and I think part of it is there's no pro sports to suck up dollars and attention. And they're not. They are the story in town. Obviously Husker football is going to, drive the conversation a lot of the time regardless.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of Omaha sports, Creighton men's basketball is the thing. And they have been for many, many years, and they will be for many more years. Can't say that about Xavier. They will never be number one. They will never be number two or number three, and to have success like that, it makes weeks like the one that they are coming off of now all the more frustrating.
Dumb Debates is straight ahead on this Dumb Debates Wednesday.
Nice.
1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
Listeners and not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
It is Dumb Debates.
Should we ask Josh the thing you and I were forced to answer yesterday? Or
You mean last week? Was it the one about like eating poop or eating pee or something?
No.
No, it was you either have to eat the sludge that is pulled out of a stranger's shower drain or run over puppies with a steamroller.
Sludge it is.
Yep.
Why am I going to kill puppies?
And then, well, John tried to justify it by saying, what if it's the Mr. H of puppies?
Exactly. What if you're alfing the Mr. H of puppies?
No, I'm going to eat the sludge. I'm not going to kill puppies.
Wow, so you're gonna let the Mr. H of puppies live.
There cannot be a genocide of puppies. A puppy cannot have an uprising of other puppies. It's impossible.
Did you not read Animal Farm?
I did. That was a good book.
Those weren't puppies, though. Those were pigs and sheep.
Well, and other animals on the farm.
That's fair.
Speaking of weird crap, Baymon says you have to pick one. All foods smell like poop to you all the time. It's the only thing you smell. Or all food is as hot as Pepper X, currently the hottest pepper in the world.
How come we can't think as a society of a better name for something than Pepper X? That's so
That's
dorky.
not the dumb debate question, Nick. It's what would you rather? Poop smell or spicy food all the time?
I'll just wear a clothespin, I guess.
So yeah,
because I mean something that is too hot for you, and everyone's got different tolerances.
It's gonna hurt you.
Yes, it can mess you up. You're.
Give me the poop food.
It would be. Yeah. Sorry, clothespin. It is, and thanks to our allergies, might not be able to smell it anyway.
Oh, there you go, Nick. You can just have allergies forever.
I miss being able to smell. You always take it for granted, Josh. Enjoy being able to smell and breathe through your nose.
Peter says, top 2 to 3 most annoying college basketball fan bases. Top 2 to 3 most annoying college basketball fan bases. Yes, John? John, it seemed like you had something to say. John?
Well, I can tell you the ones that have been most annoying in my mentions.
Today, or are you just talking about?
Just period, all time.
All right, let's go with that then.
I mean, if I went strictly by the numbers that I have either muted or blocked.
Yeah, what would that be?
That would be the Nebraska basketball fan base.
Oh, come on.
John, I actually agree with you.
If I were to go by that metric.
Yeah.
I'm going by that metric and hate.
Who would be next? UConn?
UConn's pretty high.
Yeah, UConn's pretty annoying.
I had to block and mute a lot of those here in the last couple of weeks.
Sam says, you guys remember...
Thank you, Jemiah.
You guys remember Arkansas after that Maui game? Were they annoying?
They were, but their coach was probably worse.
Who was their coach at the time?
That was Eric Musselman.
What did he do? I don't remember.
Oh, he was going
Did Creighton
off.
win that game?
Yeah, they won.
Was that before the Arizona game?
That was the game before
the Arizona game.
Yeah, they were pretty bad. I guess I'll just go with hate to say it, but
Is it Nebraska?
Nebraska's up there.
Katie says,
and again, and I understand why. Again, all of this fan behavior is not abnormal.
Yeah, you act the same way. So
this is not abnormal, but it's all based on who's directing it to whom.
Sure.
And as the voice of Creighton basketball, I get a lot of heat from Nebraska basketball fans. Thus, they would
They're
be the
number
most
one.
annoying to me because of who I am and what I do.
Doc says Nebraska is definitely the most annoying fan base for basketball, and I'm a Nebraska fan. Katie says Dr. Abby would ever trigger John for an eternity. He will never forget about that psycho. John, is that true?
I had to think back to who you were talking about. I don't even remember what started it. Or what she did or said or whatever.
I think she just said that she hates your guts or something.
Oh,
I don't know.
yeah. Well, that's all right. Your guts aren't worth liking either.
Nice. O-Trip says Providence.
Yeah, now if I'm going to go off of, I mean, they are intense.
Yeah.
But I think most of the fan bases, are all about the same. I mean, when you encounter a passionate fan base, they're all going to have very similar behavioral traits.
Yeah. Yeah, the answer
Very
is just
similar.
the answer to this question is honestly, who do you have to deal with the most?
Yeah.
Is the answer.
And let's face it, those are the ones I deal with the most.
Yeah, sadly, I cannot speak to any fan bases outside of the two that we talk about the most because I don't ever have to deal with them. I'm never debating with Indiana basketball fans.
No.
Why would I do that, Like I saw some quote tweeting from some of the Creighton fans that I support of UConn people. I will say UConn fans seem annoying as hell, but I also hate UConn, and I've always hated them. So I wonder if some of that is the case as well, is that they're just showing up and they're talking their trash. So,
and I would also understand if there are many Nebraska basketball fans who think that Creighton's
Creighton
fan base is the most annoying.
I'm guessing that's
again.
definitely there.
It's who's doing what to whom.
Crecky says it's UConn because they are delusional that their coach is a psychopath. Allegedly.
Well, I think a lot of them probably acknowledge he's definitely to the extreme.
It's probably
but
what
they
they
just
like about
defend. They just defend that behavior.
Yeah, and then they get mad at you when you post a video of it.
Well, the SID does anyway.
Oh yeah.
Threatens to take away your birthday.
Along these lines, Peter also asks, favorite Creighton basketball Twitter burner account. John, what's your favorite burner?
I don't know. At Josh Tweederson?
I'm not a burner. That's me, John.
Oh, that's you?
I'm a real boy.
No, his burner.
I'm a real boy.
His burner is that other one. What's her name again?
No, Kate is
Kate.
not me.
It's Kate.
I have no idea about anything tennis, Nick.
That's what you'd want us to think. You
That's
might have
right.
a whole secret life of tennis loving.
See, I don't want to. I
What's
don't
your
want to get
tennis
in any
podcast
trouble by
called?
saying which one's my favorite because then the rest of them will be burned against me, and then I'm going to have to vote Creighton fans as one of the most annoying fan bases because all of the Creighton burner accounts will come after me that I didn't pick them.
You're all John's weird little Russian children.
Sam says Dr. Chim, O-Trips, Karen, Pretty Bird. Wow, those are some words right there. I know who 3 of those 4 are. I don't know Pretty Bird. Who's Pretty Bird?
No, I've
seen this and heard about this?
I've heard from and seen Pretty Bird.
I don't know who Pretty Bird is. Pretty Bird, Pretty Bird. Paul, you want a cracker? That's from Dumb and Dumber.
The scary thing is how many of these I'm starting to recognize more readily.
Uh-huh.
It's crazy, but
I have a favorite Creighton Twitter account, but I'm not a burner, so I'm not going to say who it is. I don't want to make anybody mad.
you have a favorite Creighton account.
Like a favorite Creighton fan that I follow or that I see on my timeline a lot.
Is it Alex Sindelar? Because that's mine.
Alex doesn't tweet anymore.
Oh, he doesn't?
Nope. But I do like Alex. O-Trip says, I'm waiting, John.
I love
Is
you
it
all.
O-Trips? Is
I love you
O-Trips
all.
the
You're
number
all my,
one?
You're all my children. You're all
Is it Dr.
You're all my
Chim?
Russian-speaking children.
You do speak
You're all my
Russian.
Russian-speaking children.
Niet.
402 says, wouldn't Pretty Bird be Providence because of Dumb and Dumber? I guess in theory, yes, but the Blue Jays are birds.
The Blue Jays are birds.
Also,
we had a Blue Jay land on our critter feeder today.
Yeah, I know. You took a picture of it like 100-year-old man.
No, that was my wife. Came from my wife.
Also, and then you
from my
tweeted
wife.
it out, though.
Well, I did because
That's
it
like
was
a 100-year-old man.
It was so
Wait,
it's
a
funny.
bird flying to a bird feeder is funny? Isn't that just what they do?
Not funny, haha, funny. It's a Blue Jay. But
Yeah.
also, let's not discriminate against people who like to post pictures that they've taken of birds online.
I'm going to make fun of your pictures for everything you do, Nick.
I've got great bird
Hey,
pictures.
look, it's the mirror in the work bathroom. I'm hanging out at work.
What's weirder, posting pictures of critters that come up to your critter feeder, or people who constantly are posting pictures of their damn food? That's weird.
Only time I do food pics now is when we are on remotes to support our great people.
To support the part, but yeah, but
I don't. You know why? You know why I stopped doing food photos? And by the way, we need more dumb debates. I think dumb debates might be going the way of.
No, it's not.
Nobody's asking dumb debates questions. Anyway, when I stopped taking pictures of food was when I saw someone at another table taking pictures of food, and I was like, "Wow, that person looks like a huge dork." So I stopped doing it.
It drives me nuts because the wife's always wanting to take pictures, and I'm sitting there, I'm trying to eat. And of course, we're always sitting across from each other, and so I got to wait. It's like I ordered this thing. I'm hungry. I want to eat. Yeah. I don't want to sit here and worry about having a picture taken of the food. If people want to see the food, Google the menu.
Yeah,
they all have websites now that have pictures of the food that are probably better pictures than the one you're taking with your crappy smartphone.
Remember the movie The Menu?
Yes.
Remember how he murdered that guy because he took pictures of his food?
Yes.
Maybe restaurants might start doing that.
Well, John, I mean, the photos that you're describing, they actually come from the people who take pictures with their phones and then upload them.
Not all of them.
Most of them.
The pictures on the menu, they're professionally done.
No, they're not on the websites.
On the menu.
On Yelp.
I ain't going to Yelp. I'm going to the official restaurant website. I ain't going to no damn Yelp.
Michael Severe writes, the camera eats first, baby. The camera
the camera doesn't eat first. I punch the camera.
Could you imagine?
I tell the camera, you don't eat first. I eat first. I'm the one paying for this food, not you, camera.
Could you imagine a world where these goobers were doing this with like Kodak disposable cameras?
Oh, yeah. Can you?
I literally
Actually, there's another bit. There's another SNL bit. 1880s food photographer,
hold on, I gotta
and you bring out that giant camera with the long lens and the light that goes.
Yeah, I did like.
So people are sitting in like in a tavern in old Providence.
Eat the damn food.
It's like,
and they're setting up their camera. I got to take a picture of this gruel that I'm eating here from Gruel R Us.
Plain ass oatmeal.
Another SNL skit.
Yes. It's a great SNL skit.
Plain ass oatmeal with some bread that has mold on it, but you have to eat around it.
Sam writes, better gig, head coach in waiting at Creighton or Big South Conference head coach? What would you rather be? That was Sam.
Sam
says, what would be the better gig, a head coach in waiting at Creighton or Big South, being a head coach in the Big South Conference?
Well, I mean, if you're going to be the coach at Creighton, that's a very prominent job.
That seems pretty cool to me. I think I'd rather have that job.
Jeff in Omaha asks,
hello, Jeff.
Which will happen first? Nebraska volleyball national title, Nebraska ball super regional, football making the college football playoff, or Nebraska ball making the Sweet 16.
Say the four options again.
Volleyball national title, baseball super regional, football CFP, basketball Sweet 16.
Volleyball natty.
Well, yeah, because that's literally the closest. They have been so close.
They have been so
Baseball
close.
ain't gonna make no regional this year,
let alone a super.
Honestly,
playoff.
the ones that are the closest are a volleyball title and a football CFP.
Yeah, mainly because of
which sounds
expansion.
Crazy.
I know, because football has been garbage for a decade.
But
yes, the path seems way easier, which is, again, I know, dumb to say. But yeah, volleyball with a bullet, and then football is my number two. Then the debate really gets interesting. Do you trust the baseball program to get its poop in a group, or do you expect basketball to do something it has literally never done? Twice.
I mean,
or three times if they make the first four.
Baseball's been in the regionals 2 out of the, what was it? Is it 3 straight years?
Is that what it is? Have they made 3 straight tournaments?
So, I mean, they've been on the precipice.
Yeah, they suck now, though.
They've been on the precipice. It won't happen this year.
Yeah. Strigori, volleyball, football, the last 2, LMAO, never happening. Jordan says, what about wrestling? What's the question? Does it have to exist? No. Move on. Next question.
Stop.
By the way, Severe has followed up again.
That is terrible.
Do you know how many times I've gotten free food because I took pictures of food at a restaurant? But you don't get food because you take pictures, Michael. You get free food because you're Michael Severe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you're like,
you ain't
oh my
getting
gosh,
pictures because you're taking damn pictures.
That's Michael Severe.
If your name was Jerry Couth, you wouldn't get free food.
What the hell?
That'd be you know what?
Jerry Couth?
It sounds like a name. Jerry Couth exists.
What on earth?
Jerry Couth. I mean, that rolls off the tongue. Unsportsmanlike conduct with Kevin Kugler and Jerry Couth. That rolls right off the tongue.
The Kugler and
that
Couth
show would
era
still
was
be on
way
the air.
better.
The Kugler and Couth.
God, I miss Kugler and Couth. Michael and
Is
Kevin.
there a person who looks less like a Jerry Couth than Michael Severe?
Wow.
I got pictures of what a Jerry Couth might look like, and none of that have anything to resemblance to Michael.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry Couth. I'm writing that on the board.
Okay.
Jerry Couth?
It's Kuth.
K-U, so it looks like Cuth, and he always has to say, no, it's pronounced Couth.
Yeah, he's an accountant, I imagine. Jerry Couth is.
Mm-hmm.
So Kuth.
Yep.
Sam going to 10 Wallies and saying, Couth sent me.
Hey, Couth sent me.
Hey, Couth told me about Pepper Jack's Grill.
Hey,
That's why I'm here.
at least with Jerry Couth, it's not a name like Severe, where it can be confused with the word severe.
That's true.
Jerry Couth.
Also, no worries about how to spell Jerry. That's pretty easy.
Unless it's Jerry with a G.
Or Jerry with an apostrophe.
Michael should consider using Jerry Couth as his stage name.
Not a bad idea.
You're welcome, Michael.
Jerry
Uh-huh.
Jerry
Dave, to the 1620 intro music. Kuth. By the way, Aaron now coming in hot with some Jerry Couth trash talk.
Oh.
Michael's camera is so old that it eats from a straw with those terrible ass photos. He makes good food look like crap. Wow. Going after Jerry Couth.
Jerry's phone, man. Now, okay, I gotta, as one who has been accused many times of, oh, your camera sucks.
Yeah, it does.
No, my camera's great now. Remember,
Yes,
it
it used to be underwater.
It was that damn
Yes.
screen protector that I had. I'm looking here. I don't know if Michael hasn't tweeted any. Oh, here it is. No, that's a quote tweet from someone else.
He doesn't tweet food anymore?
Yeah, Michael hasn't tweeted food for a while.
Oh, very
I'm
cool.
sorry, Jerry hasn't tweeted food
Yeah,
for a while.
Couth. Get out those tweets, Couth.
Yeah, come on, Couth.
Jerry, where's my Jerry? Where's my? I need a food picture to see if Jerry Couth's food pictures aren't legit.
Kuth. Oh, Jerry
I mean, I'm
Couth.
going
I
back.
can't wait to talk to him
I'm
on
2
Monday.
weeks back, and Jerry Couth hasn't tweeted any food photos.
Wow, holy crap.
Well, you know what? Jerry Couth is abstaining from meat
Oh, yeah, he's not.
because it's Lent.
He
Because
did-
as you know, Couth, very, very, very prominent Catholic
He did
name.
text me a picture of his shrimp the other day.
Well, that's a text. This isn't.
Yeah. But I mean, it's still a photo.
Can you? I'm not supposed to send people pictures of your shrimp.
Wow, Nick, settle down.
Jerry Couth. Jerry's got plenty of good pictures.
By the way, Chris says, I agree on the food except on vacation. I always take food pictures on vacation because I try new places and new foods at the time, or all the time memories. That's not bad. Pictures of vacation food, that's okay with me.
No.
I'm just not going to do it at a restaurant I go to all the time, Hey, I'm at Oscar. See, but I do it when we're on remote. Here I am at Oscars. But if I go to Block 16, I don't take pictures of Block 16. I eat it.
Jamie writes, I have a Jerry Couth rookie card laying around. That does sound like a baseball name.
It is a baseball name for sure.
Yeah, he played shortstop for the Reds back right before the Big Red Machine.
Brent, did you see that Jerry Couth video? Yeah, did you see Jerry's video about Scott Frost?
Yeah.
Ooh, Jerry
Imagine
Couth
how
is a
much more
Falcons fan.
memorable that video would have been if it
His
would have
name
been
was Jerry Couth.
It would have been Jerry Couth.
402, dumb debate. You have to take a picture of every meal or you can never say okie dokie again.
Oh, John, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, what are you picking here?
Well, I guess I'm taking pictures of my food. I can always delete them.
Okie dokie. But you got to tweet it out every time. Every time you take a photo, you have to tweet it out. Hey, look, it's dinner.
Oh, man.
Every meal you have, it's a banana for breakfast.
People would really be, I mean, if I thought Husker fans hated me now,
oh, they'll really despise
they'd really hate me then.
Matthew
like,
says,
why do you keep taking pictures of your random chicken nuggets that you reheated? I don't need to see this.
Matthew says, taking food pictures is uncouth. Oh, we got a comment off the air. Nick, what did this person say? Was that Jerry on the phone?
It was not.
Oh, Jerry will be on the show Monday.
No, Jerry Jerry would insist about coming on the show if Jerry
that's
Kuth
true.
was
Yeah,
talking.
That's true. What?
Nothing.
What was it? You said you were going to tell us.
No, I said it was nothing.
Oh, I thought you said I'll tell them.
No.
Oh,
It was the real Jerry Kuth saying, "Would you please stop using my name?"
Yeah,
in
what did
vain?"
this person say?
It was some reference about my cousin Vinny.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We did that for Movie Club once.
We did.
I think. Didn't we?
I think.
Jordan says John's Instagram will now be of gas mowers and food. Yeah, bring back the Instagram this summer, John.
Yeah, gas mow summer, John.
Uh-huh.
It just got to be such a pain in the ass because then that was another account I had to keep track of.
You know what? We got a lib machine last year. I think kicks ass.
Yeah?
I love my lib machine.
Oh, John, I keep
Yeah, go ahead.
ask
Go
you
ahead,
about your lawnmower.
go ahead and try it. Go ahead and try it when the grass is just a little bit moist. Come back to me on that.
I will. And it's gonna be
Also,
great. It's a good mower.
also, when you're not hearing that beautiful sound of
rum rum
of 4.5 horsepower grinding away Briggs and Stratton instead of that.
You know, I do miss that sound, but then I can listen to baseball when I mow now. And there's
Well, so
no
can
noise.
I. I just turned the volume up a little louder.
But I
that's all.
don't hurt my eardrums, John.
Nice to not have to smell like gas as well, Nick.
Yeah.
Bad takes.
Love
Doug comments. Will Scott Frost's UCF team have more wins than the Huskers next year? Will Scott Frost's UCF team have more wins than the
I mean, my
Huskers?
gut.
I think this could be
my
a
gut,
fun bit.
My
though.
gut tells me right away no, but I also haven't looked at UCF, and I'm not going to
Yeah, I'm a hater. I'll say
until
yes.
later this summer when the rosters are actually set.
No problem, John. I got you here. Their win total, for those who are wondering,
Who cares?
UCF
Who cares?
is 6.5, which is less than Nebraska.
Well, there you go.
Scott Frost has had one season above 500, which is the same number of seasons that Matt Rule has had above 500. The odds say at Nebraska. The odds say that Nebraska will have more wins.
The odds that Nebraska's going to have that many wins last season, too.
Yeah, but they have more than Scott Frost's UCF team will. Yeah.
Maybe.
Indeed.
Maybe not.
And that's Dumb Debates.
That is Dumb Debates.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry Kuth.
Jerry Kuth. Good times. We still got to do these over-unders for the baseball.
We'll do that next
Perfect.
Baseball.
on 1620 The Zone. Now, hold on.
Take a nice big sip of water.
I got that little scratch in the back of my throat, and it is driving me nuts. Driving me nuts. But this won't drive you nuts. Helping your favorite team win. With NIL. On the Line helps partner with all three major Division I institutions in this state, Omaha, Nebraska, and Creighton. And all you have to do is go to athleticsontheline.com. You pick that favorite school, then you pick a measurable metric, whatever the sport. And for every time that metric hits, you assign a dollar amount, and that becomes your donation towards your favorite school's NIL efforts. It's gamifying your giving and official partner, so it's going direct to the school you want it to. On the Line, based right here in Omaha. So you know they're good people. So reward your team when your team rewards you. Visit athleticsontheline.com. That's athleticsontheline.com. Gamify your giving today and help your team recruit and retain the best college athletes on the line. athleticsontheline.com. Baseball.
Baseball.
Regular season starts tomorrow, and remember, any games that were played before tomorrow do not count. Do not count.
Since when?
Since tomorrow is opening day.
Okay.
Can you
Plenty
believe
of day baseball tomorrow, too.
right now
during
the
the Grum.
Cubs
It's going to be awesome.
have a worse record than both the Rockies and the White Sox?
No, they don't, because they haven't started their season yet. So instead of just doing the regular, here's who I think is going to win, we have decided last few years with our baseball predictions that we budget $100 fake dollars and we bet on some futures, baseball futures.
Yep.
And at the end of the season, we see which one of us made the most money. I believe Josh won last year.
Baseball knower.
But that's because everybody sucked.
Don't say that about me. Or you. Or Nick or whatever.
Wow,
So,
you defended me.
Here we go. I've got mine. Okay. I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm going to put $10 on the New York Yankees missing the playoffs.
What does that pay?
Plus 172.
I like it.
That's my first wager. Yankees to miss the playoffs, $10 at plus 172.
Okay.
Me?
Oh, I thought you were going to go with all of yours.
I got a long list.
I also have a long list.
But I can do it.
Yeah, let's just go one at a time.
Okay.
Diamondbacks, Orioles, and Royals to all make the playoffs.
Okay.
Diamondbacks, Orioles, and Royals plus 615 at $10. That'll pay me about $62.
Was that a parlay?
It's a parlay.
Nice.
The Baltimore Orioles to win the American League East. I'm going to bet $5 on that. That pays plus 290.
Okay.
I'm going to put $15 down on the Royals to go over 82.5 wins. That is a minus 122. So that's one of my biggest wagers.
Okay.
Royals will go over 82.5 wins. I'm going to put $10 on the Cincinnati Reds going over 79.5 wins. Got Tito Francona as the new manager.
Okay.
That pays $9.80. The Dodgers to win the World Series.
Oh, smart bet.
Plus 240, $20. That's my biggest individual wager, $48 if it happens. Give me Kyle Schwarber, Juan Soto, and Bobby Witt Jr. to each hit 30 or more home runs this year. That parlay is plus 249 at $15.
Nice.
The Orioles to win the American League pennant, plus 650 at $10. And then I've got 5 $1 bets. These are my ultra long shots.
All right.
Spencer Schwellenbach to win the National League Cy Young.
Damn it, you stole one of mine.
$1 bet pays 25 plus 2,500. That'd pay me $25. The Phillies, Mariners, and Diamondbacks to win their respective divisions. That's right, the Diamondbacks, the Mariners, and the Phillies to win their divisions. That pays plus 11,788. So for a $1 bet would pay me $118.
That'd be nice.
Would be.
The Royals and the Reds to win the Central Divisions. That's plus 2196. Kyle Tucker to win the National League MVP. Plus 1,700. And finally, $1 bet on the Cubs to win the World Series.
Nice.
At plus 3,000.
That's fun.
Might as well.
There you go. There's my props, Josh.
John's list was longer than my list.
I don't have very many. I'm gonna take one that Michael texted in. Bet the Rockies to have the worst record. Jerry Kuth. Kuth texted in. Bet the Rockies to have the worst record. I did that. I think it was 13-1. It is not 13-1 anymore. It is now plus 210. Give me $20 on the Rockies at plus 210 to have the worst record in baseball.
That came down.
Sorry, Nick. Yeah, it very much did because they're tailing Jerry Kuth and me on this bet. I'm going to sprinkle a couple things on the Dodgers, maybe making some history. Let's go $25 on them at plus 175 to win 110 or more regular season games. Let's put $5 down on the Dodgers to win 117 or more games at plus 650. 30.
All right. So what was the first one? The Dodgers to win
110 or more.
$110.
$25 plus 175.
Okay.
So I don't have the math for it. We can figure that out later if you'd like.
No, I can figure out the math.
All right, perfect.
And you put how much on that?
25 on them to win more than 110.
And that's at plus
175.
175.
And then another $5 on them to win a record breaker, 117 or more at plus 630.
Plus 630. And you put how much on that?
$5.
Wow.
$5 buckaroos.
Okay.
I'm going to go with the Schwellenbach one as well. Let's go $10 on Mr. Spencer at plus 2,500 to win the National League Cy Young. That conversation with Farron yesterday when he basically called out people for their bold predictions and said it wasn't that bold. Let's go with $20 on Aaron Judge at plus 270 to win the home run crown. What do they call that?
Home run leader.
To lead the league in
so
home
Judge,
runs.
home run champ.
There we
plus
go. That's
270.
Plus 270.
And how much?
$20. What do I have?
$20 on that. And
have?
what did you spend on Spencer?
$10. So what do I have now?
You
like 40?
are at
Do I have like $40?
20, 40, 60, 70. You're at $80.
I'll just go $20 on the Dodgers to win it all, plus 240. Instead of doing like a lot of fun stuff and lose all the time like I did last year, we're going with the big dogs.
I'm trying to play it smart. You and I are going to have some crossover, but I
Okay.
just did mine this morning. That Rockies line changed.
What was it this morning?
This morning, I had the Rockies' worst regular season record at plus 220.
Oh, it didn't move that much. It moved to plus 210.
It moved a little.
That's not that much.
Okay.
So you're
You
going to
made
go.
it seem like it moved crazy amounts.
So you're going to go Rockies' worst wet record.
Yeah, put $10 on that.
Okay.
Paul Skeens winning the Cy Young, plus 200.
Classic, Nick.
Put 20 on that. Rockies' regular season wins over 59.5,
Wow,
minus 110.
You're an idiot.
Over 59.5 at plus 110.
Minus 110.
Oh, minus 110. How much are you going to spend on that?
$10.
So you're going to go with them having the worst record, but then go over their total.
Yes. Hedging.
Okay.
Hedging?
Hedge.
Oh, hedging.
The World Series winning division is going to be the NL West, plus 195.
Safe bet.
$10.
Safe bet. NL
What,
West.
plus what is it?
195.
Plus 195.
How much? $10?
Yep.
Yeah.
Regular season strikeout leader, Paul Skeens.
Yes, we know, Nick. Paul Skeens.
Plus 350.
$10.
$15.
$15. Look at big spender Nick over here.
$15. And how much did that pay?
Plus 350.
Okay.
Also-
you are, let's see, you're at 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 65.
Also handshake memeing with Josh.
Yeah.
Dodgers will break the record to win 117 plus.
Let's go.
That's plus 630 and $5.
Awesome.
Plus 630. $5.
AL MVP Gunnar Henderson.
Gunnar Henderson.
Plus 850.
Didn't take you for a Second Amendment, man, Nick.
$10 on that one.
What was this? What was the deal?
Gunnar Henderson,
No,
AL
no, I'm sorry.
MVP.
The odds
Plus 850.
and $10.
Yep.
So that leaves you with how much left now?
90?
Yeah, I think he has $10 left.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I should have 90. I did the math earlier, unless I math wrong.
30, 40, 50.
I think he has 90.
70, 80. No, I think he's got 80, right?
I don't know. You're the one who
Maybe it's
keeps
80.
counting.
Well,
No, 80
I'm
sounds
trying to
right.
type all this stuff.
20,
And
30, 40, 50, 65, 70, 80. Yep, I'm at 80.
Okay. Nice job, Nick.
Aaron Judge, home run leader, plus 270, $10.
Okay.
And finally, the D-backs make the NL playoffs, minus 115,
$10. Okay.
all right, there you
Producer
go.
Josh says, why is Nick only betting wildly obvious things or things that literally cannot happen? Also, he's very nasally.
I know.
Yeah, you guys are both toast.
It's gotten worse.
Yeah. It's a good thing that our show ends at 6 o'clock and not a second later.
Yes.
It's a very good thing. Baseball.
Contents next on 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, Nick. If we can both make it through,
I believe in you guys.
let's go. Content.
Wonder how much more nasally I can get. So, Troy Dannon has added color to the end zones at Memorial Stadium and has now given us the best court in Nebraska ball history?
What?
What other designs are out there for the fields Nebraska plays on?
We haven't talked about the biggest story in the state today, and that is the new court for Nebraska.
I thought the biggest story in this state was that
I cannot believe
the season wasn't going to be available for the Crown or whatever.
Oh, no. All those missed threes are going to have to come from somebody else's hands. This is great news. Herbie at center court. I saw somebody talking about how players can shoot threes from his crotch. Imagine Kugler saying that on BTN. From Herbie's wiener. It'll be cool. It'll be cool.
Whole question is Herbie's wiener cool?
I can't believe you guys don't like this. They should make the baseball field red.
No, God.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Nothing.
Everything.
Or everything. Probably the latter.
Yeah, they did pretty good on this one.
Yes, thank you, John.
Needs more lines and trees.
I like the fact that they're using the Herbie who's holding up the one finger to indicate the number of Crown championships they hope to earn this year.
And if they don't, well, at least they've got the one NIT championship as well.
What they should do is instead of like the silhouette corn, that was Oregon's court, right?
Yeah.
They should do corn silhouettes instead of the trees.
Yeah. What if I saw this design on the internet today. What if they just kept going with the map of the entire Midwest all around the state? How great would that be?
That would be a little busy.
It would be
just a little
busy.
Nebraska ball gave up 9 runs in the first 2 innings. That was enough to lose to K-State last night. Meanwhile, Creighton got another stellar effort from Ian Kuzman and 2 homers from Ben North as the Jays beat Omaha 10-0. What is happening to the state of baseball in Nebraska?
It could end up being a pretty disappointing year for the 2 schools that have Nebraska in their name, or at least in their school's name.
Yes.
Creighton's off to a pretty good start. Now, we'll see what happens in a couple weeks when they take on UConn.
Mm-hmm.
Because the goal here, got to make that Big East tournament. But I'm liking what I'm seeing out of the Jays so far. Can't wait to actually be there in the ballpark with them here in a couple of weeks. Actually, it'll be next Tuesday because Creighton and Nebraska play the first of their 3 games in Lincoln next Tuesday, and we'll have it for you here on the Zone.
Oh. They stink is the answer to the question that Nick
Wow,
asked.
they won 10-0 last night.
No, not the Jays, John. The Nebraska schools, in particular, Nebraska Cornhuskers with their cool basketball court. They're bad.
Rip.
Not very good.
No. Iowa baseball's pretty good, though.
Not very. Okay, cool.
The NFL Competition Committee, in their never-ending quest to make kickoff returns great again, is now considering moving the spot of the touchback from the 30 to the 35. Will this finally be the thing that makes kickoffs great again?
No, and so what they're hoping for is that the teams who are kicking off won't try to squib it or do the thing where it goes to the end zone because they're like, please, God, force them to return it, and maybe then we won't give them incredible field position. This is wild. John, this is now approaching the ball going out of bounds to the 40. You might as well just kick it out of bounds to the 40. I hate this. This is absolutely ridiculous. I miss touchbacks forcing teams to start at the 20, let alone the 25,
Again,
let alone
NFL,
the 30, let alone the 35.
NFL, you have more than shown your hypocrisy. The only reason why you got worried about the kickoffs is, well, we want to make it look like we're saving people from head injuries, even though you've added to the schedule. You're going to add to the schedule again. You're making teams play more games. You don't care about head injuries, so why don't you just go back to the original rules like it was 10 years ago and just be done with it? Because you've proven you don't care about head injuries. You don't care about CTE. Just go back to playing the game the way it was.
Correct.
instead of going through all this falderall of the appearance that you're trying to make it safer.
So
you're
dumb.
not.
So dumb.
Stephon Diggs and the New England Patriots have agreed on a 3-year, $69 million deal. Is this good for either side?
Is Diggs?
No, he's cooked.
Washed?
Yes, he's very washed.
Now, how much of this is guaranteed?
Good question.
Because that's the real. I mean, is he actually going to earn $20-ish million a year? No, because that's not the way NFL contracts work. You got to look at the guaranteed
26.
money. It seems like a reach.
It's good for him, especially.
It's great for him,
yeah,
but
if you
for
can
the
get some
Patriots,
of that money.
nah.
Yeah, no, he's toast. He's not what he once was. It's not like I don't think that the Patriots offense is going to be like super duper awesome. They weren't when Vrabel was in Tennessee as the head coach. So, I mean, it's good for him because he's getting a little more money and he's getting probably his last major deal of his career. I don't think it's that good for the Patriots, though.
As we sorry. Did somebody start talking?
Nope.
Oh, no.
Now he's hearing things.
Wow, that was weird, Nick.
I know.
Yeah.
I hated it.
Yeah. Hey.
As we discussed yesterday, Russell Wilson is now on the Giants. What happens now with the sad, pathetic, allegedly horrible human being, Aaron Rodgers?
I think John said it recently that he thought he would retire. Did you say that you thought he would retire?
Yeah, he's going to make it look like, yeah, this was my decision all along.
I think you might be right. I think that he might be retiring.
Though I did see a story somewhere where apparently the Vikings have still kept the door slightly cracked
Their
open.
GM was like, I'm never going to say never. No, you can say it.
You can say never.
Yeah, he stinks.
You don't
He's old.
want Aaron Rodgers.
No,
What's wrong with you?
Not washed Aaron.
The latest Forbes.com franchise valuations are out for Major League Baseball. The Yankees lead the way at $8.2 billion. The Dodgers a distant second at $6.8 billion, followed by the Red Sox, Cubs, and Giants. Is there anything surprising on this list?
Yes, I got something for you, John.
What?
That the A's are not last. Where are the A's?
They're 19th at $1.8 billion.
That blows my mind. The Marlins are last. And the Rays, also without a home right now, are second to last. That's what surprises me.
It surprises me when you look down the list. And a lot of this, I mean, certainly your brand is huge, but also where you're located. I mean, the reason why the Yankees and Dodgers are so much higher than everybody else, not that they're first and second, is they're in New York and Los Angeles. But, you know, the Diamondbacks, only 21st, $1.6 billion. Detroit's a big city.
Yeah.
1.5. But the thing that I thought was most interesting, the Mets are 6th at $3.2 billion. That basically means that Juan Soto's contract is worth 25% of their franchise's value.
That's amazing.
It's true.
Where Shohei's is only worth, I didn't do the math on Shohei's, but it's not 25%.
No, it's definitely not.
Alex Ovechkin
nailed it.
Scored the 889th goal of his career Tuesday night and is now 6 goals away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's NHL record. Will he get there before the end of the regular season in mid-April?
John, I think he will, and here's why. He sat out 16 games earlier this year because of a broken leg. And he began this season, you look all the way back, 42 away. So look at all the goals he has scored in a short amount of time, even while missing a large amount of time. I think that he is going to get there, assuming he can stay healthy. And I think that the franchise and his teammates are going to do what they can to get him there. So I think the answer to this question is going to be yes. And this is a mind-blowing thing to me. I never thought that record would get broken, let alone in my lifetime.
Yeah, I was going to ask the question, do a lot of the hockey files think that this was similar to, you know, you think of the great records in the history of sports that will never be broken, that this one would never be broken.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it'd be like Cy Young's 511 wins. That'll never be broken.
Yeah.
Because of the way that, you know, pitching has changed. But Ovechkin, and I'm looking here, I got to see what.
So he's played for 20 years, 21 years, and so did Wayne Gretzky.
So does Wayne Gretzky, but I was looking at the games. Number of games. So Wayne Gretzky has played 1,487 games. Wayne Gretzky played 1,487 games.
And what's Ovechkin?
1,481.
See, that's the crazy part, too, is it's not like it's coming in, 200 more games.
It'll likely come in a handful more games, but not that many.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
And yet, we're not going to look at Ovechkin the same way that people look at Gretzky.
No.
That's very impressive.
Yeah.
Very impressive. And sadly, it did come against my Jets, but the Jets did win in overtime.
I will add this, though, on top of the legacy of Gretzky, because for now he has the most goals scored. That record will probably fall. The other thing, though, John, is he also leads the NHL all-time record in assists with 1,963, which is more than 700 above second place.
It's a lot.
So when you consider the amount of points that he was worth, goals and assists combined, that's called points in hockey, John, for every game, ridiculous.
Yeah, his points are not being threatened.
No.
He scored 2,857 points.
And what's number 2?
I don't know, but I was just looking at Ovechkin. He is 1,610.
Here, I can look at it real fast. Most points ever in a career. As you mentioned, it was Wayne Gretzky. Jaromir Jagr was number 2 at 1921.
Good. Now, that's the one that will never be broken.
Absolutely ridiculous.
That's the one that will never be broken.
Not only did he score, but he set his teammates up as well. He was a wingman.
He flew an airplane?
Yep.
Nice.
Probably.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. He was pretty good at a lot.
They called
of
him the Great One, Nick.
He has a red hat that says it, too.
Does he?
He does. He's a red hat guy.
Red hat guy.
The college...
80,000 people show up for 7 Saturdays a year wearing red hats. What's wrong with that?
I think there's a lot of crossover there.
He's from Canada. He's wearing hats?
He sure is.
Wow, I didn't know that.
There's a very small group of people in Canada who all red hat people.
Or red hat people.
Yep. The college basketball coaching carousel is still spinning, and the latest to get back on, Fran McCaffrey. The recently fired Iowa coach is returning to his alma mater.
What?
Is the Ivy League ready for angry Fran?
Well, they should be. I mean, there's a lot of anger these days on Ivy League campuses, so what's another angry man?
Not a bad idea there, John. That's a great point.
He
sucks.
Well, but maybe they'll win.
You think he's
going to
do better with less resources? I mean, he had few resources at Iowa. You think he's going to be better with even fewer at Penn? I don't think he's going to be very good.
It is his alma mater.
Wow.
That's where he learned all those unique swear words and staring down officials.
Shh. Texter on the 402 writes, the background noise is really annoying. They don't like Nick's great bed there the entire time.
What's wrong with electric feel?
Yeah, come on there, Texter from the 402.
Well, we've been doing, this has been the same bed we've
noise,
used for years.
Music. Yeah, that's weird.
Unless, of course, are there issues in the stream? Are we having one of those deals?
I hope not.
No, I think he's.
Oh, okay.
I think he's talking about the music bed.
Yeah, same music bed we've used in this segment for several years.
Well, speaking of music beds, our next segment has one too.
It does.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
It's called "What's for Dinner."
Nice.
I know what's for dinner for Nick. Some antihistamines and
Oh God, yeah.
probably some nasal sprays and some Claritin.
Good luck, boys.
Thanks.
Claritin's back on the menu, boys.
Nice.
I think I want winter back.
Wow.
1620 the zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Yesterday it was just a simple meal of cheeseburgers and fries.
Oh, hell yeah.
Off the grill.
Was it good?
Yes, it was. And there were leftover cheeseburgers and fries. There was still also leftover burrito bowl that I thought I was going to have yesterday. So my guess is that the wife will say, you can have one or the other.
Oh.
Or maybe a combination of the two.
Oh,
That's
man,
my guess.
I like leftovers when you can do a little hodgepodge.
Make a burrito burger.
The burrito bowls were really good.
Burrito bowls often are. Chicken thighs and baked potato.
Oh, she's working tonight, huh?
Of course she is, Nick. It's a Wednesday.
Can't you come up with like at least one other default when she's working?
That's usually breakfast or dinner. I was thinking about doing that as well. I have one bagel left, so I was thinking of a little breakfast sandwich action.
Nice.
Can't you think of another thing? You have that griddle.
Yeah, I could cook the chicken on there.
Or maybe you could do some smash burgers.
Oh man, that's way too complicated for my little brain.
Just go get a. You can make. They have pre-made patties. Just buy one.
No, I like.
You don't
chicken.
know how to just take a ball of meat and smash it on the grill and get those nice little.
I mean, that does sound really good. That does sound really good.
It's not hard, Josh. Are
That's
you?
what she said.
Are you?
No, but not Josh.
Are you afraid that you're gonna? You're not supposed to use your hand. You're supposed to use the spatula.
That does explain why I'm afraid of the griddle. I thought you used your hand to flip the burgers. Damn it. Baymon says make a Juicy Lucy, Josh.
Ooh, Juicy Lucy's are good.
That sounds good, too. I mean, you guys have some great ideas. I think I'll probably just do the chicken thighs and baked potato.
Because you're lazy and you can't do anything.
I mean, see, but part of it is I'll throw the baked potato in the air fryer, and then I'll take Banks for a walk, and then I'll get back, and then it'll be go time.
You don't have. I thought you got a backyard, so you didn't have to walk him anymore.
No, Nick. What? You gotta walk the dog. No, it's now I don't have to wake up and take him out in the morning. I just say, go pee.
And then he gets confused about doors.
He finally understands now.
Oh, does he?
Yes, he does. When I say, come up here, he goes, oh, the stairs. And then he wanders up the stairs. Doop, doop, doop.
Nice.
Yeah.
We had Arby's last night, and it was delicious.
Arby's?
I love
What
Arby's.
year is it?
It's great.
Okay.
I got the turkey bacon ranch. I did not get the potato cake because I wanted the fries.
Oh, you idiot.
Not the curly fries. It's a very hot take. I like the Arby's crinkle fries.
God, you're so strange.
You literally got the third choice.
Yeah, Nick, you are
It's
whack.
potato cakes, space, curly fries, space.
That's whack.
Other fries.
The other fries are good. They're not good.
They're
good.
good.
No, they're good. I like those fries a lot.
Did you know that they sell the Arby's sauce now in bottles?
No, I didn't.
It's in grocery stores. We have some at the house. When I saw that last week.
Exciting.
Oh, yeah.
It's like when I learned that
the
they
best
sell,
condiment.
It's like when I learned that the best condiment is the Taco Bell Chipotle sauce, which they also sell.
Oh my gosh, you're a freak.
Which makes me happy.
There is one of the sauces. It might have been the Chipotle. It's one of them, but it's one of those the Taco Bell sauces, and I put it on the burrito bowl.
Hell yeah!
That was a game changer. It's like, man, it's too bad they can't make their real food taste like this.
It does taste good, John. You just don't know Bell.
That's pretty funny, Nick.
I don't know Bell.
That's pretty funny. What do we got on the Thursday Grum?
All right, now it's just Robin Washington.
No, there's another person.
There is?
Well, yeah, I just got to text him tomorrow and then find out what time he wants to join us.
Oh, is it Jerry Kuth?
Is Jerry Kuth going to join us?
No, he's a Monday regular.
Well, no, that's
guys.
Michael Severe. Could we invite Jerry Kuth?
Well, let's find out what happens on Monday. But yes, we will probably have another guest who announces basketball games from time to time.
Dick Vitale?
Oh, the type of dandies, baby. Maybe.
Also, 1620 The Casino returns tomorrow.
That's right. Wow, so many things.
Yes.
And I don't care. Gosh, I got to come up with something I don't care about.
I've been sitting on this thing that I don't care about for a week. I'm excited to finally get it out.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
That's a tease.
We could recap the first 2 episodes of The Studio.
The
new Seth Rogen show on Apple that's very funny.
Never heard of it.
Well, I just told you about it, John. It's called The Studio. It's funny.
Is it?
Is it about the plight of a very popular AM sports talk radio station trying to get a better studio in its own building?
No, but if we ever write a show, I think that would be a part of it. We should write a show.
That's the show after the 2 movies. Because the first movie is the world where music is banned.
Yep. Got to do that one.
Such a great.
And then the Indecent Proposal 2, where the kid gets Paul Skeens' autograph and try.
And then we use the money we get from that to bankroll the show.
Not a bad idea. I recommend it though. We watched the first episode last night. The second episode also came out last night, but we didn't have time to watch it. We'll watch it tonight.
What if you refuse to allow Apple TV in your home?
That'd be a bummer. We'd miss out on great shows that we enjoy. Severance, Shrinking, this, Ted Lasso, seasons 1 and 2, not season 3.
Season 3?
No, season 3 was trash. And others.
Yeah, because they actually started focusing more on the soccer.
Isn't that...
You're kind of not wrong.
Doesn't calling that show trash, isn't that the opposite of what that show... Isn't that show like about being positive and happy?
Yeah, but season 3 was bad.
That doesn't sound very positive to me.
Season 3 was positively bad.
Wow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, it's positively baseball season.
Woo!
See you then.
Bye.
Goodbye.